Greetings, citizens of Tetris. I am your old pal, Van Dweller. Maybe not your best friend, but I'm definitely your old pal. There's only room for one best friend, right? There's only one. You can only have one best friend. You can't have like 1,000 best friends. So Zempro is my best friend. I mean, you know, but I'll still be your old pal. Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters April 2025. We got a lot going on today. Let's take a look right at the schedule, like right now, so you know what is happening. Yeah, there's a lot. This should be up to date, and if something's wrong, well, I don't know what to tell you, except that, you know, sometimes you can be wrong on the internet. Okay, so first, we've got the green and mint top 32 bracket. That's going to be Meme, Bland, Andy, and Neko. We are in a tight time crunch here, so hopefully players will be just ready to go. So that's that. We're starting it right now. We're looking to have blocks dropping on the hour or before if the players are ready. They usually aren't. On the and I think Andy and Neko is that right? Andy and Neko going first. Is that how this is going? Let me just check and make sure. No, it's Meme versus Bland going first. Okay. So anyway, that's the first one. Then at 3 p.m. Right now it's 12:45 at 3 p.m. So basically 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. Apparently, this is very ambitious scheduling. It's going to be Blue Scooty versus ANDREY. And then Portal versus Danv. And then 3 hours after that starts, we will have the top 16 match between Sidnev and Deck. That's one match little thing. The winner goes to the top 8. So that is what is happening today. 7 matches in 7 hours. It sounds like that's not too hard, but it kind of is. But we're gonna do it. In case I win my matches top 16 afterwards, yes, it is, Dan. Unless, you know, you and your opponent want to make an agreement to go at some other time that is very soon. I guess that happens now. That's a thing that's been unlocked. So I guess that is the thing. But I would prefer to just kind of do it all now so we can make, headway. WrestleMania starts today, says Van Sleasington. Yeah, I saw that on the news. Anyway, all right, so that's the order of operations. Let's take a look at our overall top 32 situation so you can see the top right-hand corner. That is the first thing that we are doing. And then, let's see, where's the next one? Oh, okay, so top right, and then blue and olive. That is the fifth and sixth little brackets down on the left side. Blue Scooty, ANDREY, Portal, Danv. Top left still wrong. Top right. Did I say? Oh yeah, top left is still wrong. I forgot to correct that last night. But I will correct that, and that will be right. Don't worry, guys. But anyway, yeah. Dog, Wallbant, that was Dog. Hydrant versus Miles. It was Miles, and I reported it wrong. Thanks for the reminder. If anybody's in my Vandy channel, can you just put a little reminder there so I won't slip my mind again. We have results. Basically on the right side, we will have results. The whole top 8 by the end of today on the right side will be determined. On the left side, we'll have 2 out of our 8. And then we have, by the way, the schedule. The other ones are scheduled, right? So Lavender, sort of scheduled. Lavender, top 32. That's SV versus Sunny. That is a solo match that will feed into that mustard bracket that Akatu won. I think that's how it goes. And that's on Monday. Now, as far as when that match will be played, I have no idea. I don't think Akatu is available. That's too late. But then on Tuesday, the final, top 32 bracket, Night Guafi Fractal Eyeball. Tuesday night, prime time here in the U.S. Not exactly prime time for Europe, but, stay up late, watch. Wallbant, yes, ESWT BBWC is an open tournament. We will release the rules ASAP, but it's basically the same rules probably as last time. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. So that's what's coming up. Got it? You are not rejected. You're high on the list there, Summer. All right, let's take a look at our rules. This is a 64-player single elimination flat bracket with a third place match tournament based on the 1989 version of Tetris released by Nintendo for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Players can play an emulator or console so long as the game mechanics, appears, and statistics are unmodified. They can use any controller as long as there's no big buttons or turbo functions used, whether electronical or mechanical. Biological turbo only. Players should not receive any real-time in-game advice. And this is a new one. We haven't really been saying this one. Do not pause unless the commentator tells you to. So this is a brand new rule. Don't do it. But if it does happen, then I don't know. We'll figure it out. Level 18 starts all the way through. Level 39 super kill screen. Make sure that's turned on, players. Same pieces re-rolled in between each game of each match. Points over the traditional max out do count, best of 5 throughout, and the winner gets absolutely something, and that is a share in a prize pool, which stands at $13,702.69. If that is to be believed. Let me refresh my little screen here. Oh, whoops. Hello. That is, yeah, let's click on that. There it is. And we had contributions from Tom J. This does not seem up to date. Oh, maybe it is up to date. So we just had contributions from Tom J. We just had contribution from Silver Sauce, and they are in a war to have different numbers say different things. So may the wars continue. Actually, it's the only war that's good. Okay, so yeah, if you want to contribute to that prize pool, you can do it. Use the Matcherino command on Twitch or on YouTube. That will bring up 2 links. The first one is the one for Mega Masters. Click on that one. It'll take you to the landing page for this tournament. And top right-hand corner is where you log in. You can do it with an existing Twitch or YouTube account, pardon me. And then you can go from there. It's pretty intuitive. We've already reached our incentive to pay our top 16. That's pretty cool. Now we're working on trying to pay those top 32. That means everybody from this point forward, top 32, whether they win or lose, would get a prize. And that is very nice to do. So we would love to reach that incentive. That is the one that we are working on. So please help us out. That means we will pay. That means we will beat the 2023 Mega Masters. And this, was, is, and hopefully always will be the highest prize pool of any, or at least fan-funded prize pool of any NES Tetris tournament, but we need your help to do it. So please consider contributing if you're watching after the fact. ctm.gg/Matcherino. If you want to support the channel, a lot of different ways to do that. Patreon.com/monthly Tetris is a way for you to pledge ongoing support to the channel. Make sure it continues to exist. And it's really, a selfish interest to you because you like Tetris, presumably for even watching this, and you want it to continue. So, support the things that you value and make sure that they continue is probably a good principle in life. Anyway, thanks to the Sticker and Double Sticker Club and community level members, and thanks to our Mega Masters, Masters, and Bracket sponsors, Scott Gray, Jay in the Window, K9, Tackner's Corporal, Shelby, Troy Dan, Kim M, Rogue Potato, Cat Kit, Mick Monkey. We very much appreciate that. Other ways to support the channel, you can use the support command. That'll bring up some. You can also use super chats, stickers, channel memberships. You can gift a channel membership. That's over on YouTube. On Twitch, you can use bits, subscriptions. You can gift a subscription. You can use your Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime gaming sub if you're an Amazon Prime member. Use it or lose it, though. So don't lose it. Use it on somebody. Yeah, use it on us sometimes. That's fine. But yes, that is how you can support the channel. Another way is to go to the merch store at ctm.wtf, and you can get stuff and support the channel. You can also gift merchandise to the chat. The store knows when we're online. It puts a purple little button there that says gift this to Twitch, and then when you do that, it triggers an automated giveaway, totally hands off for you once you initiate it. And it's been very fun, so thanks to everybody who has done that so far. Okay, that is like the end of the thing. Now, I don't know if our players are ready or not. We're kind of preparing them to start at pieces in the air on the hour. They may not be ready yet, but if they are, we can sort of, you know, start. Let me go ahead and refresh our scene here, and hopefully they're at least streaming and warming up. That would be a capital thing. Tacnerus has gifted a sub to Pines Cutely. Thank you, Tacnerus. Really appreciate that. And then Bland coming in at C34. And okay. Oh yeah, fake Bland. Right. You know what, Shadow? You have moved up on the list on Friend Club. Vandy Friend Club. You are higher on the list now. Not higher than Summer B yet, but you have laddered up a little bit. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna start using a spreadsheet to track who's where on in Friend Club. And let's see. Okay, there's Meme. And there's Bland. By the way, folks, we did just, oh, nice shirt, Bland. Digging it. I like it. Oh, let me just set up my, my facts page here, because my facts are not, there we go. The facts are here. Okay, just give me 30 seconds, players, and then I will start to put pressure on you to begin. Hold on. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm gonna go ahead and drop pieces in the chat, players. If you still need another minute, that is fine. That is very fine. Bacon says, okay, here's a question. Why are you streaming this under Retro and not Tetris now, Vandy? Well, the reason would be that pretty much everybody who knows what, you know, what Tetris is, I would imagine most of them are, you know, already know that this is going on. So I'm trying to reach people who are interested in retro, but may not know that this is going on. And since this is our annual championship, this would be a good time to do it, especially in our top 32 and beyond. Does that make sense? Now we may miss the one person who follows Tetris but doesn't know what CTM is on Twitch. But so you're going to keep this on Retro next month. Well, what I have said, Bacon, is that since this is our annual championship, now our annual championship only happens during 1 month out of the year. So next month would not be the annual championship, right? So therefore, logic would tell us. By the way, there is a there is a giveaway that has been initiated. There it is. Join, everybody. Join. And that was oh, now it's over. So that was Gilded Lizard's real gift of Angry Bear can glass. So all right, is there more than that? Were there more than one? That was the one. Okay, all right, now it's over. And who won? Tetris was the winner. Are you serious? Metabolic Engine, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Pines Cutely again. There you go. Tier 1. Thanks, Tacnerus, for gifting that. Okay, we got to start. 9-4 C5B. 9-4 C5B. Players are excellent at putting in the seed. Look at these players. They're so good. Let's go ahead. There are two? Oh, there are two. Keep joining then. Keep joining, I guess. Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters, April 2025, our annual championship. Green bracket, Meme versus Bland. The winner goes to the top 16. Let's get them started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. I will not re-gift it, Tetris, but that's a good thought because I realize I should, re-gift some. I should go back into the queue and re-gift some of these folks. Okay, we are underway. Meme with some early misdrops here, but getting them cleaned out. And we should tell you who the players are. On the left side, it is Meme, who qualified into this tournament, into seed number 2, with an average of her best 3 games played in a 90-minute qualifier of 1.79. That's a 90-minute qualifier, averaging nearly a 1.8. By the way, in a category where the world record for a single game is 2.1 million. So to average nearly 1.8 is pretty sick. Meme with a PB overall of 7.1 million in an uncapped game. That's good for about 8th on the all-time PB list. Meme also ranked number 3 in the most recent Premier poll. Meme is on a streak of what, 5? Is it 5 months? Finishing in at least the top 4. 101 for Meme. So trying to continue that streak and go beyond it this month here in Mega Masters would be a great month to do it. 102 for Meme, 146 for Bland. Meme was also 3rd in the Jonas Cup last year, that CTWC's North American DAS Championship, and won the Genesis Open Regional this year. Won a regional DAS tournament in Kansas City last year. And is also a winner of a Challengers circuit. And also, here's another interesting fact. If you're a DAS fan, Meme, I believe this is still true, has the only 1.3 from a 19 start. Is that right? Is the 7th game crasher. Pretty good. So that's Meme. And and in virtue of Meme's qualifier, this is Meme's first match in this entire tournament, because those who finish in the top 16 get an automatic berth into the round of 32. 152 for Meme, 265 for Bland. Bland up with a good lead early, over 100,000 points. And on the right side, it is Bland with a 1.2 million qualifier. As an overall PB of 1.48, according to the latest rebirth research. What am I saying? I am I'm a little hopped up on caffeine right now, so I'm overactive mind. My mind is everywhere. Anyway, Bland's PB would rank him about 72 on the overall list. This is Bland's highest ever qualifier in a CTM tournament. Bland defeated who? Oh yeah, Bland started in round 1, so Bland, finishing qualifying outside the top 32. Had to play a round 1 and a round 2 match. 349 for Bland, 214 for Meme, and they defeated Salted Sofa round 1, Toogie in round 2. So pretty good battery of players right there to get here to this top 32 match. Is run into a Tetris powerhouse though, so that that is going to be a big challenge. But we have seen some things happen in this tournament so far. Anyway, Bland is a former community tournament winner all the way back right in July 2024. Played in the silver bracket in CTWC in 2024 and beat my best friend Zempro in that tournament. I was pretty sad to see my best friend go out, but that's all right. Happy for Bland. Also played in the Northeast Regional, defeating and knocking out Kingsman, and also played in regionals in Philly and Boston over the last couple years. $334 for Meme, $372 for Bland. So Meme's starting to catch up here. There's a slowdown here for Bland. Also, Bland with the best shirt, may I say, right now. Although Memes is fabulous, but Bland wearing the best shirt. $384 Meme. It's a CTM Lone Star shirt, that's why. Okay, Tetris for Meme, 403. $380 for Bland. Tetris for Meme, 426. Bland trying to fill out that left side. Tetris for Bland. So Meme now 429 into 19. And Bland 430 into 19. So right now, Bland with the better transition score by like 1,000 points. Like it's barely any difference. Of course, the levels do increase every 10 lines now. Once you hit 19, the speed doesn't increase again until level 29, but the scoring does go up. Oh no, that left side for Bland is going to be a problem. They're going to need to get something over. Okay. The bar gets over. Still needs to work this down, and no, that is going to be a top out for Bland at 441, and Meme is good in game number 1. All right, GG's players. Tetris, congrats on winning Gilded Lizard's gift of an Angry Bear can glass. And also, Parabex, did Meme, is that real? Meme, did you actually give a long bar shirt or glass or something? Parabex was the winner of that. Was that actually Meme? Oh, nice. Very good. Thank you, Meme. Sometimes people just type other people's names and it's like very frustrating because I want to thank the... Oh, it says Go Meme. Oh, all right. Go Meme. All right. You get no credit then, Meme. All right, new pieces are here. ACD. Well, you get credit for inspiring the gift, if that's a thing. You have inspired a gift. And I think people's muses should get some recognition in addition to the artist themselves. New pieces are ACD0A5. ACD0A5. Mr. Spoopy never wins anything. Didn't you win one? I swear you won one, but I could be wrong. All right, ACDOA. That's really bad. If your AC is DOA in Texas, that's not good. Oh, that's weird. Tetris, you don't like bread, but you like garlic bread. That's amazing. Now, would you make a sandwich with garlic bread? That sounds... By the way, why is nobody making sandwiches with garlic bread? All right, looks like both players are ready. Game number 2, Meme versus Bland in 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Yeah, why aren't people making sandwiches with garlic bread? Or is that just happening? I mean, that has to be happening on TikTok, right? All these TikTok recipes and stuff. Okay, meme gonna uncover the well. Board starting to build up again. Gets a Tetris after unblocking the well. Okay, Bland 56,000. Meme at 51. There's a Tetris meme 74,000. Yeah, Tetris has never had a sandwich, which is amazing. All right, Parabex has redeemed the long bar shirt, and thank you to whoever gifted it. Nominally, it was Go Meme. That's like the opposite of Joey from Friends, whose like diet is almost exclusively sandwiches, right? Well, he'll eat anything really, I guess, but that's his favorite food, sandwiches. 86. Why do I know so much about Friends, guys? You guys have no idea the parasocial relationship I had with the Friends in the 2000s. When I was at my lowest point in college. 109 from Meme, 92,000 for Bland. The Sandwich Islands, Esday, those are like Tetris's least favorite islands. $141 for Bland, 178 for Meme. You can do it, Zempro. Okay, 246 for Meme, 210 for Bland, 62 lines. It's about a 2 Tetris lead. Tetris is here on level 18, are worth 22,800. And once we get to 19, they will increment every 10 lines by 1,200 points. Tetris for Bland, 237, 273 for Meme. Now, Tetris, Tetris is saying he goes to a Cajun buffet. So what do you actually get at a Cajun buffet? Because you seem pretty excited about it, but I can't imagine you're eating like crawfish and etouffee and whatnot. Tetris for Meme, 342, 310 for Bland. Okay, 419 here, Meme with a odd long bar there. Gonna get that worked out. Now, as far as I can tell, Meme and Bland have never faced each other in a ranked match or even in an unranked match. So another matchagami for all you matchagami fans. 408 for Bland, 470 for Meme. It's a big spreadsheet, that match database. Hard to keep it open, like really does take up a lot of computer resources actually. So I saw the OBS start to slow down when I search in the match database. Crazy. 492 for Meme, 454 for Bland. Of course, you know, I should have prepared that in advance, but I forgot. Tetris for Meme, 517. We're just a few lines away, and actually Meme is now into 19 at 541. Bland, 4 lines away. Tetris is in at 484, so about a 60,000 point difference heading into 19. Hello, Mr. Brain, Josh, Laurie, Ogus, Whoops, No Injustice, Muhammad, Up Chess. You're all hanging out. Bland's board starting to climb here on 19. It should still be reasonably low enough, but starting to climb again. Oh boy, some survival needed here. Oh no, and that is going to be a top out for Bland at 497, and Meme is good in game number 2. What's up, Ogus? How's it going? Yeah, no problem. We can take a moment. And while we are taking a moment, we'll have you take a look at our all-time leaders. People keep asking if ESWT BBWC is coming back. It's definitely coming back. The 2022 edition of the ESWT BBWC will be on October 25th, 2025. And along the way, we're going to have some Beatrice Deathmatch. We're going to run the original ESWT BBWC as a premiere on the channel. Maybe after Mega Masters Finals. That would be a good time to do it so everybody can watch. A game. People took part in that, like Huffaluffagus and Pumpy Hard and Kingsman and Vandy and E-Flat and other Moodoos. Like a lot of Tetris luminaries around that time took part in that, so it's a good bit of history. And honestly, it's one of my favorite memories of all. It's one of the favorite things we ever did is that tournament. So yeah, I think we might run that as a premiere after the Mega Masters Finals, so people can start to get hyped for really what is our next big event. I know it's probably obvious, but what does ESWT BBWC stand for? Extreme Sports with the Berenstain Bears World Championship. Why are the CTM top winners' text colors mismatched so that you can read it easily? So you can tell one line from the next. They alternate. I don't know. Is that necessary? It's fine. And the wins in the last win are not alternating correctly? Oh, that's true. You're right. Well, that's the intern, though. I'll fix it. Yeah, we got it. Someone made a mistake on the internet, guys. Evesy, we know. We know. Someone made a mistake on the internet, everyone. Hey guys, let me know if you see anything on the slide that looks off. All right, let's go ahead and give these players their pieces. There you go. Yep, that's it. I'm canceled. I was wrong on the internet again. Yeah, Wallband seems very excited to go on the ESWT BB grind. Mick Monkey, 100 bits. Thank you very much. Getting the collar. Here's a tip for getting the collar on that intern. Make sure he suffers. Oh my goodness gracious. So yeah, we'll run the that's a good, yeah, we'll run it as a premiere. Obviously it's streamed like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, but a lot of people haven't seen it, and really it was, you know, it's a meme tournament, okay, of course, but it was low key, maybe even high key, one of the most exciting esports events I've ever seen. There was drama, there was a lot. It was really good. You really don't want to miss it. It was so fun. Okay, the pieces are here. 944B A7. 944B A7. Of course, we don't know when the finals is going to be. Okay, looks like both players are ready. 944B A7. It is game number 3. Meme up 2 games to none. Bland needs to win to stay in. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Hey, starting off with the TIOS rip. Okay, we are underway. Bland with a few dependencies on their board. That's okay. Getting them cleared away. Meme on the board with her first Tetris. That's right, Nicholas. I was wrong on the internet. Oh, that's a good catch, you guys. I would expect nothing less. Okay, Bland with a Tetris well set up but covered. Trying to get this uncovered. Long bar goes in. Tetris for Bland. All right, Meme with a little bit of an awkward board here as well. 77,000, 58,000 for Bland. See how they're going to handle this. Oh, the game's just piling up. S's. No more room for S's. Oh, Bland with the pullback here. Kind of a delayed pullback because that bar was not in the window when that piece was pulled back. They're both at 84,000 basically. Neither one with an ideal board, but still low enough that it's dealable with. And both of them set up for dirty Tetrises. Meme's going to have to undo hers. Okay, there's the dirty for Meme. And Bland gets the dirty as well. 115 for Bland, 117 for Meme. All right, Bland's still kind of fighting here. Oh, sets up for another dirty and gets it. How do you even do that? 143 Bland. Maybe overflipped that J piece. That's going to delay things a little bit. Meme with a Tetris 171. Still close. Basically one Tetris apart. And simul Tetris. Tetris for Bland, 216. 239 for Meme. Meme needs a... Okay, there we go. There's a little J to tuck in there. Board climbing a little bit, but got a double well at the top of that well. Gets a burn and a Tetris. Bland with a Tetris, 244. There's one for Meme, 287. So through 80 lines, these are kind of moderate paces. You would kind of hope for more than this, but both players really had a lot of digging here so far in the 18 phase. Okay, Bland going to uncover the well. Start building out. Waiting, gets it. 337 Bland. Tetris for Meme, 387. Another Tetris Meme, 410. Okay, that O on the top there, that is probably not the intended formation there for Meme. So that's going to require some attention. See what she's going to do here. Just going to take the burns or go with it. Now, of course, Meme with that 7.12 PB, that indicates a lot of 29 playability and is larger than Bland's PB. So you can imagine Meme might be incented here to play a little closer to the vest and make up any difference later. That's how some players approach this kind of situation. Okay, a little misdrop here, maybe 2 there for Meme, right into 19. The board is still low enough. Bland is into 19 as well at 461. And that's a little awkward here. A T would be magical, but there you go, kind of combo. Make your own T. Meme set up center well, gets it 1 row off the bottom, 500,000. And and there's going to be a hang of the long bar on the right side. Kind of an undershift of that bar, and all of a sudden Bland kind of in a pickle here. Opens up the right, bringing this down, uncovers again. Long bar gets over. Gonna knock that stack down, and another one to bring it down. Oh my word. So 530 for Bland, 536 for Meme. We are still close. Both players grinding here. Tetris Meme 620. 538 for Bland. A lot of times players do, time stuff for that, long bar going into that Tetris well. That's probably what happened there. Tetris for Bland, 599. 653 for Meme. Basically the same line count. Tetris for Bland, but right before, maybe kind of undershift or overshift or something, that S piece. All right, Bland bringing this down, 635. Tetris for Meme, 691. Kind of a grindy game for these two players. All right, there's a nice dirty Tetris. Column 9 for Bland. Takes that triple. Tetris Meme, 788. All right, Bland gonna fill out that left side with the bar. $855 for Meme, $750 for Bland. So right now, Meme up by about 100,000 points. And Bland has got a rough board right now, but still low, still workable. But we are about, 10 to 15 lines away from 29 in that speed increase. Tetris Meme, 959. So continuing to pile on points now. It's like Meme has found a rhythm. There's a Tetris Bland, 803. The other Tetris Meme, 999. Now the max out with, I think, a single on 29. Tetris for Bland, 838. Meme, Has a covered right side well. Trying to keep this uncovered. Just continue to pile on points. Oh no, the middle of that board going to be a little bit of a problem. See what you can do to bring this down. And no, that's going to be a top out at A11. A12 is the target for Bland. So chase down opportunity here for Bland. A12 is the target. It's about 130, 120,000 points, something like that. So this is doable. Let's see what Bland can do here. And all chase downs really tough. Oh, Bland fighting here. Oh, that left side's going to be a real problem, and that right side is a problem. That's going to be a top out for Bland at 913, but a valiant effort in that chase down. Meme with the Meme holding her breath the entire time finally lets out a gasp of relief as Bland tops out. GG's to you, Bland. You did amazing. You had a great run. Starting off all the way in round one, making it here into the round of 32. You had tough opponents really all along the way. So great performance from Bland. So everybody get out your round of applause for Bland's performance. GG's to you. And hope to see you here again. Also, Bland's highest qualifier in CTM qualifying as well. And one of the toughest months to qualify when so many players come back. So I don't know, Bland definitely a player on the rise, so GG's to you. But it will be Meme who will be playing the winner of the next match, which I will go ahead and set up right now. That is going to be Andy versus Neko. So I'll be back in a moment, and I'll set that up. Mari, thanks for gifting that fan level membership over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Cody, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Andrew Q and M. Roy, you are the recipients of those two gift subs from Mari and Cody. Okay, and is Neko around? That's a good question. Well, I do see I do see folks speaking what I think is Russian, so I'd imagine Neko is here. Usually all the fans come out. Let me refresh the stream here and just see. Oh boy. We don't have time for this today. Okay, does anyone know? Oh, Neko's here. Okay, good. Excellent. Thank you. All right, we are online. Everything's fine. We are online. Hell yeah. All right. A wild Neko appears. Yes, very wild. Oh, the ubiquitous Tetris lights, those magnet or whatever they are, Tetris lights. All right, let me fix the game here on the right. I think we're on stencil this time, so I think I can just reset the transform. Oh, we are not. We are not on stencil. Okay, let me put Andy on stencil. All right, players, you can continue to warm up while I address our stencil situation. Okay. Okay. Oh my word. What on earth? Okay. I just got to reset it all. I just got to do it by, it's easier to do it by hand sometimes because I just don't even know like what the parameters are. Oh man, this is really, this is a tough one. They need to do a stencil puzzles. They need to do stencil puzzles because this is one of the most challenging ones I've ever done. Okay. Primer, can you get on that? Can you do stencil puzzles so that people can... What is happening on this? Okay, okay. I'm almost there. I believe that I am almost there. I believe very deeply in my heart that I am almost there. Why is this one so hard? I don't understand why this is so hard. Okay, that's close enough. Okay. That should, I think that works. Close enough. It's about as well as I'm gonna do. Folks, please do your old pal Vandy a solid. You know, for Easter, a day of rebirth and renewal. Renew your stencil. Everyone. That would be nice. Okay. I think we are just about good. I'm gonna go ahead and drop pieces in the chat for you players. This is like, it's like your smoke alarms. You're supposed to check them like once a quarter. So like check your stencil once a quarter. Hana says hop on stencil ranked. All right. All right, the pieces are here, folks. 528174, all numerals. Those fun Arabic numerals that we love so much. Okay, looks like both players are ready. Make sure, 528174, yes, they are. This is Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters, the Mint Bracket Top 32. The winner will take on Meme in the green bracket. Let's see who it's going to be in 3, 2, 1 Tetris. On the left side of your screen, it is Neko, seed number 15. Qualified in with an average of his best 3 games in a 90-minute qualifier of 1.4 million. Neko is out of Russia with a PB of, as far as I can tell, 6.24 million. Is ranked number 6 in the most recent Premier poll. Neko made his top 16 Masters debut in August 2024, and I believe has made the top 16 every month since that. So Neko, another player on the rise. Neko was first in CT Russia's event in 2024, also second in that same event the previous year. Both of those were versus Portal. So in virtue of Neko's seeding here in the top 15, 93,000 for Neko, 114 for Pixel Andy as we get underway. In virtue of Neko's seed 15, this is the first match Neko has had to play in the entire tournament. All of our top 16s will play their first match in the round of 32. We're getting very near the end of it as well. There's a nice little T-spin for Neko, 147. 160 for Pixel Andy. On the right side, it is Pixel Andy. He qualified in with a 1.34 million from the USA with an overall PB of 11.9 million. That is good for 5th on the overall list, 171 for Neko. Pixel Andy as a 4-time CTM Masters event winner, a 5-time DAS Masters winner, is the 3rd player to crash the game. Used to hold the overall score world record at 8.9 million. Won that Logan Paul chromatic tournament that year at CTWC. That was last year. Was a runner-up in CTWC in the first online year in 2020. Top 4 the next 2 years as well. And has won the Waco Regional twice. So 2 pretty good players here. 263 for Neko, 278 for Pixel Andy. Pixel Andy took kind of a break from, rolling and therefore open competition for several months. I don't even know how many months. And in the meantime, just decided during that time to become the demonstrably world's best DAS player. Ripping off 5 DAS Masters out of the 7 events that we have held. 354 for Neko, 371 for Pixel Andy. The winner of this match will take on Meme, who was the winner in the previous match in this broadcast against Bland. Bland had a good run to start all the way. These players that have to start all the way from round 1. I mean, that is a tough assignment. 363 for Neko. Dirty Tetris for him, 386. Pixel Andy, the long bar down Tetris, 441. And thanks to all our players for being ready to go. We are on a tight schedule today. I know 7 matches in 7 hours doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, back in the old days, here's Vandy talking about the old days. Back in the old days, we would run like the entire 32 player tournament all in like one stream that took 9 hours. So that's like 31 matches. Now we would get some 4-way scenes or 3-way scenes, actually, I think in November, the 1st November of 2018 that I did that, but there were like 3-way matches and whatever. But still, that was a tough day. That's a lot. Evesy says Vandy runs a tight ship. Well, I run a very loose ship, and it's really Cat Surgery and Chiller who have forced me into a tight ship, but it's for the best. We're getting it done. Loose ships sink lips. Indeed. All right, Andy with the 608. Now you can see just the bottom right hand corner, Andy does appear to be rolling. You may see Andy switch styles, although, against a player like Neko who can also pace, we'll see how much he's going to do stuff like that. 600 entry for Neko, 639 entry for Pixel Andy, so a double 600 transition into 19. The speed is now increased by 50%. How would you design a 4-player scene with today's graphics? I have one. I kind of bodged one together for Lone Star, and I have one for this other team concept that I have, but it's doable. $681 for Pixel Andy, $657 for Neko. Neko with LJ dependencies in the middle of the board. Gonna uncover and get a long bar over, so that's gonna allow him to work out the middle of this board. 687 for him, 688 for Andy. We are basically neck and neck, or Neko and neck. See what I did there? Okay, Tetris for Neko, 720, 719 for Pixel Andy. All right, there's a Tetris for Pixel Andy, 805, 751, now 780 for Neko. Laurie says, yeah, the streams were 1 day long. They were long streams back in the day. I mean, there's some in the archive that are like 9 and 8 hours, something like that. We may not, usually I like to separate the brackets here into their own separate streams, but I might just go, depending on how these matches go, I might have to just barrel right through and have one 7-hour stream here. Tetris for Neko, 912, 882 for Pixel Andy. Okay, Neko with a long bar dependency on the left side. He's going to take care of that before getting the Tetris. So you build out your stack, you can basically, in theory, burn forever. Whereas you get that Tetris and you might get droughted for a long bar and really have to complicate your stack. So, a lot of times players will get the, fill out that left side bar dependency. When I would do that back in the old days and people would watch me, it's like, Vandy, you missed a Tetris there. Because the old thing there was you should always take the Tetris. I remember back in Jonas's old streams, that was the one of the points of contention between Jonas and Heather was, do you always take the Tetris or should you sometimes fix the stack? And I think Heather always said you should always take the Tetris. If I remember correctly, Barrett can correct me if I'm wrong. And Jonas would say, no, sometimes you got to fix the stack. 1.1 entry for Neko and a 1.1 entry for Andy. So these players pretty darn close, but Andy ahead by about 2 Tetrises here on 29. Heather was the take the Tetris fan, right? Oh no, that left side for Pixel Andy is going to be a problem. Can he get a bar over there? And can he survive long? Oh, and he blocks it over there. And that's going to be a top out for Pixel Andy at B74. And Neko is good in game number 1. Question is, what would Stack Rabbit do? Stack Rabbit definitely fills out the stack a lot of the time, I believe. But ask like somebody who knows something, not me. Okay, GG's. New pieces players. 9170 F4. They hung the bar at the same point, says Dan. Vance, the mathematician, says the real answer is that it depends on the board. Yeah, that exactly. All right, Pixel Andy getting that pillow buff, trying to go for that. Did I put the seeds in? Yes, 9170 F4. Okay, players are on seed. Players are ready. Game number 2. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. That's right, pillow buff. That's a phrase. Okay, so high transitions for both of those players. You know, high post transition. And then brutal 29, really. First time chatter from Vertix. Thank you, Vertix. Santha over on YouTube says, sad that either Neko or Meme go forward. I mean, that's really how tournaments work. I wish we could have a tournament where just everybody won. Like, you know, maybe we'll do that. Is everybody wins going forward. There's got to be a format like that, right? There's got to be something. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT later. Help me formulate a tournament where everybody wins, and yet it's still meaningful competition, right? I'm getting a glimmer of a concept. I have the concepts of a plan, actually. Neko is set up on the left side for a Tetris. A left well Tetris gets over. There it is. And there is a Tetris for Neko 162. And 163 for Andy. Same line count, so pretty darn close. Zempro. Tetris Neko 190, 185 for Andy. He gets a Tetris. Laurie H says 136 people watching on YouTube and not even a quarter likes. Let's like the page, people. It's free. Support the channel. Well, Laurie, that is very nice of you to take up the flag here for liking the stream. Now, maybe they don't like the stream and they're watching anyway. There should be like a thumb that means I don't like the stream, but I'm going to watch it anyway. Like, and you know, but I don't like it. But not a dislike button, right? I don't like it, but I will continue to watch it. Yeah, I hate watch button. Yeah, there should be that. 286 for Neko, 283 for Pixel Andy. Well, you know, they probably could, you know, not like me very much. That wouldn't be rare, but it's the only Tetris on, right? So they got to get their Tetris fix, even if they don't like it. That's fine. At least they are watching. 314, and you know, liking me is not a prerequisite of watching or playing or anything like that in this tournament. If it were, there'd be like 5 people playing every month, probably. 337 for Neko, 355 for Pixel Andy. Okay, Neko with kind of a deep channel there, now in a scramble, but uncovers and gets a long bar in. That's good for a double. That'll take some pressure off the height of this stack. Okay, there we go. Neko with the survival. I wouldn't say exactly 5-alarm survival, but it was pretty close. Maybe 4-alarm survival right there. Okay, Neko, 351. Andy tucking in there. Nice little burn there to clear away that J piece. And he's going to uncover and get the Tetris, 448. Tetris Andy, 472. 405. There's a Tetris Neko. Neko ahead by 9 lines, back by about 44,000 points, something like that. Mila Tempest with the Prime sub. Thank you, Mila. Really appreciate that. Didn't I play you on Nestris.org on Ranked at some point? I think I did. Do people go like, Mila he, Mila ha? Do people do that to you? Oh, I just did. Sorry. Okay, there is a Tetris for Neko. It disconnected our game. Oh, it did. That was my fault, actually. Because I think I chose the wrong level. So that was actually my fault. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to. It was totally a mistake. Oh, Neko, okay. In a little bit of trouble as he enters 19. That's going to be a top for Neko at 468. And Andy is good after having transitioned to 597. First time chatter, Mila, thank you. Ace Hardcastle says, I'm here to chat about cheese, fast food, and etymology. What's Tetris? Or a man after my own heart. Okay. Players, you can take a moment if you need it. That's fine. I am going to put the seeds in the chat, though. Thing is, I think a Swiss tournament would work for Tetris. The big disadvantage being that you'd have to make decisions about which games to cover or have very spread out rounds like you do here. Yeah, I don't know. I always hear that, and I just like, oh, Swiss tournament, do a Swiss tournament. And it's always like, you know, Adam or like Adam Mountains or Chris Forrest, like do Swiss. And I'm like, I can't. My brain just freezes when I think about doing that. Like, I just don't know. And I'm like, do it in Switzerland, I guess. All right, the pieces are here. I don't know. I'll look into it. I do like to experiment with formats, but it's also keeping the format relatively the same is kind of important just for continuity and comparability across years. All right, so both players are ready. E760BC. Okay, they are good. Let's go ahead and get them started. What was once a best of 5, now a best of 3 between Neko and Pixel Andy. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. What's a Swiss tournament? Vance, I could not explain it to you if I wanted to. That's the problem. I can't keep it in mind. Maybe I'm just too stupid to have a Swiss tournament. Like, it's too complicated for my tiny brain. Okay, Neko, kind of interesting adjustments. Usually I don't see people adjust for a left side tuck, right? But there you go. Tetris Neko, 69,000, 68,000 for Pixel Andy. Game number 3. As far as I know, these players have not faced off against each other. Well, no, have they? Let me look again. Yeah, as far as I can tell, these players have not faced off against each other in a game, you know, in an ELO game, at least on Liquipedia. I had to close the match database because It was just, it was bogging my computer down. So I'm going on Wikipedia now. If it involves being able to play, like having a tie match, then I'm not going to do it. That I don't like that. Just aesthetically, and it's my tournament, so I get to choose. 103 for Neko, 139 for Pixelandy. Like, it's fine that people run stuff like that. It's not, it's so unsatisfying, right? To quote, to quote one of my favorite movies. Swiss doesn't need to have ties. All right, I'll look into it then. If someone in my Vandy channel wants to link me a succinct explanation of a Swiss tournament, I will look into it. Maybe we'll try it in Das Masters. I don't know. Tetris for Andy, 278. Neko, 188. 90,000 point lead for Pixelandy. Who started the CTM multiverse? The multiverse? Well, I guess Friday, which started the CTM cinematic universe. An actual Swiss tourney requires computers to make it work? Well, I do have a computer. What, you mean like to calculate? Like who plays who? Oh my word. See, I like concepts that are easily graspable by the viewing public so that you don't have to, you know, constantly explain it like I, you know, did the flat bracket the first couple months. Flat bracket is easy now. Everybody pretty much understands it. Or enough that I don't have to explain it anyway. 321 for Pixelandy, 290 for Neko. It's easily graspable. Okay, but so it's easily graspable, but it takes a computer to calculate it. Okay, so you just whoever the computer spits out, that's who plays. That's what it is. I'm on the computer. We're on the computer. Anyway, any Norm fans? No? All right. 315 for Neko, 352 for Pixelandy. Wait, I have to hire an actual Swiss person? Oh, man. Where do I find those? Do I have to, like... I gotta fill out all kinds of paperwork, H-1B visas and whatever. It's a very uncertain time to do that. Oh my goodness. All right, Tetris for Neko, 413. Tetris down the middle for Pixelandy, 446. Okay, Tetris Andy, 471, 437 for Neko. Oh, so Swiss is one of those everyone plays everyone kind of things, or mostly everyone plays everyone, something like that. You know, a variation on round robin, but eliminates a lot of the matches or something like that. Okay, Neko is into 19 at 513, 547 for Pixelandy. Let's just do it all at once. Let's just play all 64 players in a 64 player scene. We'll get them all on there. We'll just go for it. Best of one. King, we'll do it King of the Hill. Everybody plays, last person standing wins. Tetris for Neko, 596. 608 for Pixel Andy. Both players are on level 21. Andy ahead by about 23,000 points, less than a Tetris. Tetris, Andy, 636. There's one Neko, 654. I do like the idea of like what we did at Lone Star in our stupid Tetris Monthly. The way we ran that is just 4 players playing, drop the lowest one, 3 players play, drop the lowest one, and then a finals like for that bracket. Like I do like that idea in general, but not for this. We need multiple matches, you know, for the whole thing to express itself. But maybe, you know, we could do something like that in STM. But you don't want people to drop out of the tournament after like one game. That's not fun. 7, you might even say it's stupid. 782 for Pixel 80, 803 for Neko. See, even the explanation that like Arbaro, or was it Arbaro, put in the chat, like I was like, nah, no. Don't want to do that. 850, it's like, it's very bureaucratic way, you know, to do things, and it just spits out a name, and I don't like it. 937 for Neko Tetris for Pixel Andy. Oh, he's gonna early tuck that L piece, so that is gonna slow him down. Really looking for a J piece, gets it to burn that away. $897 Pixel Andy. Neko has gotten into the lead now. Of course, Neko is ahead about 90,000 points, but also ahead by 5 to 10 lines, something like that. Tetris Neko, A49, 908 Pixel Andy. All right, Neko is into 29. Right now he's at A93. Pixel Andy trying to bring this board back down before 29 hits. This is pretty high. And getting more and more complicated. Okay, that is going to be a couple. Let's see if Andy can survive this. Oh, that's coming down pretty quickly. But set up in the middle and can't do anything. Pixel Andy got to top out at 965. And Neko is good in game number 3 and goes up 2 games to 1. All right, players going to drop some pieces here. You can take a moment if you need it just to reset and feel good, but I will put the seed in the chat. For B8A 7F. I don't know. Then again, if I'm looking for a tournament concept where people don't lose, but somehow there's still competition, you know, maybe that's what I have to accept, is the Swiss competition. This is mint, Stanislaw. You remember when we were kids, Stanislaw, and mint, like you would say that? This is mint. She's so mint. Dude, was that your thing? Did you have that in your town? I don't know if that was regional or if that was if that was just from my area or if that was everybody. That was the thing. with in my, yeah, it's effing mint. Oh my word. All right, 4B8A7. Oh, run adverts? You think I should run adverts? Adverts. All right, I'm doing it. I'm running them. I was told by Joe to do it. Oh, Andy's trying to get reset here. Yeah, that was very 80s. I don't think I've said that since I was like 12. All right, looks like both players are ready. It is game number 4. Let's go ahead, get them started. Neko, Pixel Andy, 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Maybe, oh, you were barely in the 80s, but you still heard it. You're still getting, maybe it hung on longer in the stupid old Midwest. Well, that's true. If you were on the coast, you were at the, you know, cultural vanguard of all the lingo and trends. It took a while for stuff to get to the Midwest. Back in those days. Now, of course, everything's everywhere, but I do remember that being a thing. Like, all your friends on the East Coast would have heard of something, but if you had any, like, relatives in the Midwest, they wouldn't have heard of it, you know? Oh, my God. What a world. Tetris for Pixel Andy, 93,000, 97,000 for Neko. Oh, Mint is still common in the UK? Well, y'all are even further behind. Takes decades for all the cool stuff to get over there. No, I have no idea. You have better television than we do, that's for sure. $163 Pixel Andy, 166 for Neko. Ripped him. Yeah, true. All right, calm down, Tim. Calm down. Calm down. Everybody calm down. 214 for Neko, 209 for Pixel Andy. Guys, ice cream or frozen custard? That's what I really want to know. Ice cream or frozen custard? Or, oh yeah, or frozen yogurt. Or shave ice. What is your favorite frozen dessert that is normally served in a pile of, you know? That's a good question. I have a definite view on this. $303 from Pixel Andy, 306 for Neko. Ice cubes, just chewing on ice cubes? Oh my goodness. Served in a pile sounds like you're feeding pigs. Well, if you're eating big piles of ice cream, maybe. I don't know. That's fine once in a while. No problem. Eat ice cream. All right, Andy with a nifty little sequence of burns there. Trying to stay efficient. 373 Andy, 421 for Neko. Oh, people in chat not knowing what frozen custard is. So frozen custard is basically ice cream, but with like egg yolks in the base, right? So if you have ice cream that is like all dairy, then that is ice cream. If you make it with egg yolks, it's like frozen custard. In addition to dairy, it's delicious. So whatever you get at like Culver's, if you've been to a Culver's or a Freddy's, that is frozen custard. And frozen custard is like just, I wouldn't say way better, but it's really good. That is my favorite of all those. Freddy's is pretty much narrow casting. Oh. Where's Freddy's? Isn't it like nationwide? First time chatter, Nyarla Thought EPXX says frozen custard is amazing. There you go. Well, take it from a first time chatter, folks. If you don't believe me, take it from Nyarla Thought DPXX. Tetris for Neko, 570, 540 for Pixel Andy. Nyarlathotep. All right. Oh, sorbet is also, yeah, that is an option. Okay, Pixel Andy's board, a little bit complicated here as he's approaching level 19. Neko is into 19 at 639. Andy's board coming down here. Now, of course, 19 way more survivable and transitioning that way in 29, but that's okay. Both players are in with low boards, feeling good. But Andy back by about 75,000 points here on level 20. Same line count. Yeah, there's shave ice, and then I remember, like when I was a kid, Italian ice, right? Which is what it was called. Giovanni, don't at me, but that's what it was called. It came in a little yellow cup. You get it from the ice cream man. Tetris Pixel Andy. Oh no, that right side, that square, he was trying to take a burn with it, didn't get all the way over, so he's gonna have to bring that down with a bar. Water ice. What is water ice, Vance? What is that? Is that like shave ice? Like a big deal in Hawaii, right? Tetris Pixel Andy 747, 842 for Neko. There is a Tetris for him. Pretty similar to shave ice. Got it. Water ice, which is like, what other kind of ice is there? You know. I mean, I guess you can have other liquids can have a frozen form. That's fine, but oh, gelato, right? We got to add gelato there. Okay, Neko trying to bring this down. He's going to uncover the right side. He's at 912 on 25. A skim and a Tetris for Neko, 944. 796 Andy on 26. So Andy back right now by about 176,000 points. He's set up on a left well. He gets a Tetris. Neko gets one. He's got the max out. He's on 27. Tetris Neko, A78, 903 Pixel Andy. Tetris Neko, B84, 940 for Pixel Andy. All right, Andy got to uncover just before 29. Takes a triple. A couple of skims and a Tetris for Andy at 995. Neko, though, with a 1.26. So Andy is back by 262,000 points. A lot could happen here on 29, though. C80 for Neko. Max out for Andy on 30. Okay, Andy gets another Tetris A51. Trying to close the gap here. Neko trying to keep that lead. The board climbing for Neko. He's going to hang a bar on the right side. That's a top out for Neko at C95. The chase down target for Pixel Andy, it's substantial. It's C96. Andy needs to get a C96. He's over 200,000 points behind. He's got time. There's a center well Tetris for Andy. You'll see what he can do here. All Neko can do is sit and watch and wait. Oh, Andy's setting up for the Tetris and gets it B64. Like 130,000 points away now. Tetrises on 35. Oh no, the board climbing here, and Andy is going to top out. A valiant effort was made. Tetrises there were worth about 43,000, so he was just, he was maybe 3 Tetrises away with about 40 lines to go. So Neko is going to take this one and will be moving on to the top 16 to take on Meme. So GG's to you, Pixel Andy. Great match. Of course, Andy had to play a round 2 match against Winter to get to this point. So GG's to you, Andy. Hope to see you again in subsequent months in this kind of tournament, or DAS, or or just hanging around Discord. So GG's Andy, and GG's Neko. You're moving on. All right, I'm going to set up that match right now, and we'll be right back. We will be right back. Okay, folks, I am back. And I gotta admit, my heart fluttering a little bit here. I mean, this is kind of, this is a matchup. This is indeed a matchup. All right, I will be right back. Just give me about 30 seconds and we will get this all underway. Oh, Shinobi says your 30 seconds is up. Sorry, Shinobi. You know, I'm getting old, you know. Takes a little. Sometimes it takes a moment to get going. How does someone acquire the skills to be able to speak French? I mean, the number one thing you can do is immersion. That's like the number one-est thing you can do, which is why I haven't been able to speak it, because I really do need to immerse. Whew. Okay. Players are doing their little warm-ups here. Give you a look at our top 16 just so you can appreciate it. Now that hydrant dude is wrong. That is actually that is Miles. But we are very well close here. And we got two more to determine, you know, two more of these will be really fully, well, no, three more. Wait, one more of these will be filled in today. Well, we're doing it. We're getting it done. Okay, players, I'm going to go ahead and drop some pieces in the chat. Why does that say hydrant? LOL. Well, I did say that it was wrong. So if you can probably extrapolate from the fact that I know it's wrong to how and why that happened. I feel like you can do it. You can reason to the cause, I believe. I leave that as an exercise for the viewer. All right, the pieces are, I'm going to put the pieces in chat, players, so as to signal that I'm ready. But if you need to warm up for another minute or so, that's fine. That's right, Madelsberger. It was solar flares, indeed. All right. Huff is in chat. Madelsberger, Unskill, Cares Hest, Lucas, RXS, Evesy, Giovanni, Oopsie, Ace Hardcastle, 2Osh, Darth Bunny, Unskill, Arbaro is here. Zuli, Shinobi, Hana, Joe. I'm gonna say everyone's name. Mari, Fancy Me, Mila Tempest, 666 Tim, Blue Scooty's grandpa, Tetra Nexus. Number One Mo is here. Scott Gray is here. All the stars are here. Curie is here. Peach Trees, Y2 Ordy, Andrew Meep, Katsugiri, Jade Hart, Shadow Knight, Gionista, Gaster, Fort Sim, you're all here. Jazzy Josh, Panic Portal, Parabex. You're all here. All the stars are here. Mila says, we got a party in the chat. This is much more fun than what I usually do watching the VODs on YouTube. Of course it is. Fizzy Cola Bottles is here. Hemalizer? Nelstris is here. Maître is here. Maître est ici. Pollo Salasfar está aquí. Mustache Cannon says, don't save my name. All right, I won't. All the stars are here. Susie B is here. Okay, players, I think it is time, just about time, to accept that you are about as good at Tetris as you are ever going to be. At least up till this moment. Although you will be better later in the future, but probably not much better in the next 2 minutes. Tandis 5 is here. All the stars are here. Okay, BBF 38. Does somebody want to be my BF number 38? Zempro is my BF number 1. But who wants to be BF number 38? Okay, folks, looks like both players are ready. Both players are on seed, and both players are ready to start trying to figure out who is going to go into the top 16. That will be determined right now. Let's get them started. Meme versus Neko. Green versus Mint in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. This really feels like a matchup, guys. I don't know. Like, obviously, all the matches we've had so far are amazing matchups, but this one really feels like now we are in a championship. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is that bad to say? Is that bad? I mean, this one really feels like my word. On the left side, it is Meme. Meme qualified in at seed number 2. Meme defeated Bland to get here into the top 16. She's got a 1.79 as a qualifier. That's the average of her best 3 games played in a 90-minute qualifying period. Overall PB of 7.12 million. That's good for about 8th on the list. The number 3 ranked player in the Premier poll is on a 5-month streak of making it into the Masters event semis. Wants to try to continue this here and go beyond it. Number 3rd place finisher in the Jonas Cup last year. Top 16 in CTWC 2021. Played in gold last year as well. Won the Genesis event in 2025. And by the way, yeah, also a Challenger Circuit winner. And also a great person and a great friend. It is Meme. On the right side, it is Neko, qualified into seed number 15. 146 for Neko, 104 for Meme. Qualified in with a 1.4 million qualifier from Russia with a 6.24 million. That's number 13 on the overall PB list. Was ranked number 6th in the Premier Poll. So I think just in terms of Premier Poll rankings, this is probably the highest rated match we have had so far in this tournament. Neko, a player on the rise, just as Meme is in 2024, or beginning in 2024 into 2025. Neko made his Masters debut in August and has made the top 16 every month since, including this month. Neko was the winner of the Classic Tetris Russia event in 2024, took second in that same event the previous year. Both of those were against Masters event regular Panic Portal. So two great players. No idea what to expect here. I'm on the edge of my seat, to be honest. 206 Meme, 250 for Neko. All right, Meme a little bit high on the board here. Trying to bring this down efficiently. 218 for her, 278 for Neko. Okay, there's a nice L piece and a T piece for Meme. Now really just, one or two pieces from uncovering that right side well. Immediate long bar, that feels good. Tetris for Meme, 246, 302 for Neko. Meme still trying to bring this board down a bit. Kind of a frustrating, like mid-high down stack can often be the most frustrating. Just because, every time you clear you clear one hole, you create or cover another. But Meme now drilled back down to the bottom at 255. And a long bar gets over Tetris for Meme, 278. 393 for Neko. There's a long bar into the long bar hole for Neko, but an instant misdrop with that L, and that's going to put Neko on his back foot a little bit here. But okay, he's going to bring it down with the Tetris. There's a Tetris Meme, 326. All right, Neko uncovers the right side well. Long bar over Tetris. Neko, 451. 372 for Meme. Ogus in YouTube says, I don't know why I like tucks and spins, but I never liked the Vits. Oh my goodness. Well, you're trying to fight people now. Inflammatory words. 440 for Meme, 474 for Neko. All right. Tetris for Meme into 19, 465, 522 Neko. So Meme back by 57,000 points or so, entering 19. Neko, Tetris, 546. Meme getting set up, is set up. Has to cover. Long bar, Tetris, 518, Meme. Neko set up, 574. 54,000 point lead for Neko right now. There's a Tetris. Whoops in YouTube chat says, y'all, I got my first Vits yesterday. Granted, it was during it was after a misdrop, but I'm counting it. I am so stoked. Congrats on the Vits. Well, we're all congratulating you except Ogus, who does not like them. Tetris Neko 660. 554 for Meme. Zafida says, what is a VIT? Stands for Vertical Eye Tuck Setup. It is a It's to create an overhang that is 4 high, 1 wide, where you can tuck a long bar vertically. And it looks cool. And people love it. Or some people. Most people, except for Ogus, doesn't like it. But all right. Early kind of shift there for Meme. That's going to slow her down a little bit. 670. 751 for Neko. 80,000 point lead for Neko. Lines are close. $732 Meme. $812 Neko. Tetris Meme. Oh, Neko can't use any of these bars for a Tetris. And we'll see. Okay, gets another one to bring it down. Poyo in chat says, I just missed my first roll max by a one-off Vandy Crybear. Oh my goodness. I have so much sympathy for rollers not maxing. No, that's a shame. You'll get there. 855 for Neko, 829 for Meme. I missed my first max out by like 7 Tetrises, guys. Getting close. It was a 19 start. It would have been cool. Oh, okay. I'm just kidding you, Poyo, of course. You'll get it. You will get a roll, 10 million before I get a 900K on DAS. That's for sure. So Neko kind of fighting here. This is going to allow Meme back in the lead, or I don't know if back is the right word. This might be Meme's first lead of the game. 952 for Meme, 912 for Neko. And it couldn't come at a better time for Meme as we're about to enter level 29 where the speed is going to double. Neko is in at 919. Meme is in at 957. Okay, Neko 997. There's one for Meme, A10. The players now into the 29 phase. Neko's board covered. Started to climb, uncovers. Long bar in the middle to uncover that. Now just needs a well-timed bar. That board's starting to complicate for Neko at A07. Can't get the bar. That's going to be a top out for Neko in game number 1. Meme already ahead. The Meme comes like rushing back. Just really in the last phase of the last part of the 19 phase. So Meme gonna take game number 1. Mr. Spoopy with the 40 bits, a message effect. Oh, I missed that earlier. I was wondering what was going on. I never had seen a message effect before, so. All right, C11 for Meme on the getting some kind of, players will mullen just to kind of get some practice in under the, you can mullen, aggro mullen. It's fine. Nelstra says this could be a finals pairing, to be honest. Yes, it could. And I appreciate your honesty. Okay, new pieces players. 5B2396. Five B2396. 5B2396. Okay, not the day for kill screen. Seems like it. Okay, both players ready. Both players on seed. Both players about to start. Game number 2. 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Yeah, my apologies, folks. I inadvertently advanced one of the players in the maroon bracket instead of the other one. So Hydran is showing up in that top 8 when it should be, or that top, what is it? Wherever it is. Yeah, that top 16, but it should be Miles. And I said, oh, I'll fix it tonight. And I just kind of collapsed. So I will get it. Tetris meme 71,000, 52,000 for Neko. By the way, I have reanimated an old channel from the museum in Discord. It is the What Does Your Screen Name Mean channel. So this is your opportunity to go into that channel, tell people why you are called what you're called on Twitch or in Discord, or just familiarly in the community. And, you know, if people mispronounce the name, this is a place where everybody can learn it. So there you go. What does your screen name mean? It's in the hot mustard category near the top of the channel list. 164 for meme. And here is a server invite. Because the one attached to the command doesn't work, and I still keep forgetting to fix it. 201 for Neko, 235 for meme. Oh, I'm having crazy Tetris effect right now where I look at the game boards, and it always happens for me where it's basically a gray and darker gray grid shows itself over the entire Tetris board. So I see a shadowy, ghostly grid on the Tetris board right now. It's just so weird when that happens. 273 Neko, 307 for meme. But anyway, don't do that in chat. Don't explain your name in chat. Do it in Discord. So it's on the record. Everybody will see it. You know, this ephemeral chat that eventually is going to be deleted by Twitch. Going to become part of, you know, CTM Discord lore. 335 for me. I'm just kind of, I don't know, misdrops or an adjustment, I think, there with the L piece. It's going to slow her down a little bit. 345 here for Neko. Do you dream of Tetris, Vandy? Like, almost never? Almost never? I think my brain wants to reject it and say, yeah, don't think of this for a while. Like, okay, brain. 384 for meme, 397 for Neko. It wants to give me a respite from, you know, from all Tetris things. Oh. Vandy plays on the ceiling tiles above his bed. That doesn't happen, but I do get the same kind of grid work thing that happens sometimes when I walk by a building. If it has just the right color window and the right dimensions, I will see a gray and slightly lighter gray grid overlay on it. It is totally weird. Tetris Neko 475, 523 for meme. Madelsberger said, secretly Vandy dreams about modern Tetris, but doesn't want the classic Tetris community to know. Hardly. $569 meme. Oh, with the spin tuck there of under the L piece. I don't know if that was a misdrop or just Or maybe an adjustment. I kind of missed how that began. Maybe an adjustment. 592 for Meme. If so, kind of go to the adjustment. 522 Neko. Tetris for Meme. T-spin setup, gets the spin. Uncovers, gets set up. 616 for Meme on 19. Meme going for it here on 19. Tetris, 643. 550 for Neko into 19. So Meme up by about 90,000 points. Oh, and I've been saying Zafita as Zafita, but it is Zafita. See, this is why this channel is important. Everybody will get to know how to say your name properly. It's great. I love this channel. 589 for Neko. Tetris Meme 729. There's a good J-piece for Neko to bring the stack down a little bit. Oh, that was a spin. Pieces bend that way. All right, Neko gonna miss the T-spin. It's gonna set him back a little bit further here. 605 from Neko, 785 from Meme. I'm already learning about our borrow's name. I had no idea. I didn't make that connection. I mean, I knew those two facts, but I never made that connection. That's crazy. 619 for Neko, 880 for Meme. Folks, after this match, we still have 4 matches to do today. We've got the blue and olive bracket coming up pretty much right after this. And we're going to stay here. We're not going to cut stream at all. We're just going to stay right here and deal with it. That's going to be Scooty, ANDREY, Portal, and Danv. And then we will also have the pink-purple top 16 between, what is it? Deck and Sidnev? Right. 812 for Meme. She's out to a pretty good lead here. Got the max out. She's on 26. Tetris for Meme. A47. 771 for Neko. Just 4 lines apart. This is a 300,000 point lead for Meme right now. A skimming a Tetris for Meme. She's got the 1.1. There's a Tetris Neko, 843. Tetris Meme into 29 at B67, chopping this board down like double by double. Neko is into 29 at about 866. Needs to get something over to that right, and does. A long bar would help, but no, he's going to have to chop this down. Gets a long bar over to the right side. Neko trying to fight. T-spin. Neko bringing this down. C46 for Meme. Level 31. 897 for Neko. Neko's board complicating here. Gaps, multiple rows and columns. Opens up the right side. Trying to get it reopened now. Reopens it. Where's the bar? And no bar when he needs it. That is going to be a top out for Neko in game 2 at 906. And Meme is good. What Vandy said, Skibbity Tetris? I said no such thing. I don't know what you are talking about. Okay, new pieces, players. And you can take a moment if you need it. That's fine. But, you know, those are the pieces for when you're ready. Yeah, Zafada, I gotta fix that onboarding into the Discord where you choose all those channels. I think maybe it would be better to just start everybody with everything by default, and then if they want to undo them, if there's a way to do that, they can undo them, but people just don't, it's just very complicated. Oh, sorry about that. Silver Sauce says, how funny would it be if Meme skipped winning CTM and went straight to CTWC? Well, players have done that. Joseph didn't win CTM and had been finished very high until he got, I think that's true. Isn't that true? Until he got his CTWC and then immediately won that same month. Isn't that right? That was Joseph did that. 42 likes to go for 5 subbed gift. Let's support Tetris. So Laurie putting it out there as a challenge. 42 more likes on the YouTube video, and Laurie will gift 5 subs to the YouTube community. Also, thanks Laurie for the super chat. Oh, and Dog was the same. So, but I'm sure people would rather just win sooner rather than later. That's right, Sauce. Also, Harry Hong won CTWC before winning CTM. Okay, I did drop the seed, didn't I? Did I drop the seed? I thought I did. Okay, wait, I did. The seed is there, 95B925. Neko, you are on Tetris right now? Okay, thank you. Oh, all right. He's doing some warm-ups. That's fine. Warm-ups are fine. That's fine. If you need to warm up, that's cool. Okay, good. Perfect. Sorry. Misunderstanding. I'm not trying to pressure anybody, but that's fine. Okay, 95B925. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Okay, looks like both players are ready. Meme up 2 games to none. Looking to win this one to advance to the top 8. Neko needs to win to stay in. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. ZSOJZ. All right. We did not win the Perfect 7 lottery. Did Dog win CTWC before CTM? Yes. Yes, the dog did do that. Josh says, so maybe Mega Masters is harder than CTWC. Yeah, I mean, on some level, the level of competition is higher, of course, because there's no barrier to playing, because you don't have to travel. But on the other hand, you get to play in a comfortable situation instead of live. So I don't know how much those offset or not, but those are 2 things. 117 for Meme as we get underway. 160 for Neko. This is game 3. Last Mega Masters winners last 3 years are only Fractal and Alex. That's right. Fractal has won twice. And sandwich in between those 2 wins is Alex. Of course, Alex has been... Oh, wait. Is it a spoiler if I say that Alex has been eliminated? I won't say it. 168 for Meme. 231 for Neko. Tetris Meme 193, 231 for Neko. I assume that people who are watching live are keeping up with stuff. You know, I have to be able to talk about what's happened in the tournament. And obviously, as soon as Akatu plays, it will be evident that Alex did not advance. That's right. A sporting... There's no such thing as spoilers for a sporting event. $244 for Meme. All right. Finds a burn here. Great long bar here for Meme into column 8. 247. 347 for Neko. He's ahead by 100,000 points. Tetris Meme 293. So I guess that is it, right? The belts will not be united. Like, you know, the title belts will not be united. Although right now, Alex is still the most recent Masters winner. But I guess, can you say reigning if they've been eliminated from the next tournament, but the tournament has not been decided yet? I don't know. Or like, you know, all right, well, this is not, like, is he still reigning, or is this like the interregnum where we appoint a guardian or something? 463 for Neko, 408 for Meme. Tetris Meme 431. We have a steward right now. All right, I will be the steward. All right, a little bit of a kind of, I don't know if it was a last moment adjustment gone awry or kind of a panic flip or something like that for Neko, but that's going to slow him down a little bit. Good pace though, still 515 through 105. Meme at 466. All right, I will be the caretaking champion right now. Oh my God, what a responsibility. Okay, the Vits for Neko. But he has to take a couple burns afterwards, kind of nullifying the Vits. But I don't know, cleaned up the board pretty well too, though. 544 for Neko. He's going to get Tetris ready. Long bar into column 9 to do that. He gets a Tetris, 566. Meme, 513. 7 lines to go. Long bar gets over Tetris. Meme, another long bar into column 2 to fill that out. And we are headed into 19. That's right. I am now the reigning CTM champ, folks. 639 Neko, 608 for Meme on 19. So big paces. Neko now in the lead. Lucas says Vits, very important Tetris stunt. Or how about very impressive Tetris stunt? It's not that important, but it's impressive. $639 Meme, 692 for Neko. Tetris for Meme, 667. Joe says, Vandy, CTWC this year? Still no? It's still really up in the air. I don't know. Kind of depends. $748 for Neko, $723 for Meme. $805 for Neko, $758 for Meme. Joe says, come on, Vanny, I want to meet you. Oh, you could just do like Lapis and, you know, and hire an investigator to find out. No, he didn't do that. And just try to uncover where I live and then send me food against my will. You just do that. All right, he didn't really do that. He didn't really hire an investigator. All right, $895 for Neko, $829 for Meme. Nah, Joe, I'm not going to do that. Tetris Meme, $894, $956 for Neko. Tetris Neko. Okay, Neko, A84. He's into 27 now with a 1.1. Big pacing here from Neko. He's ahead by over 200,000 points. A skimming at Tetris there for Meme. Oh yeah, I would not want Laurie to be you know, like onto me or trying to pursue some sort of justice against me somehow. Laurie seems like a very tough character. Dogged, you know, will stop at nothing to effectuate justice. $994 for Meme. There's a Tetris A30. Neko C28. Neko here on 29 at C70. All right, Meme A44 is back by 240,000 points about. And Neko here is trying to see what Neko's strategy is going to be. Oh, that is pretty rough here for Neko. Let's see what he can do. Yes, he's getting an S over to the left side. Okay, players. Okay, Neko trying to bring this down. A75 for Meme. Tetris for Neko. D80. Hey everybody, it's your old pal Van Dweller, host of Classic Tetris Monthly, and I'm asking you to do me a favor. If you like this video, hit thumbs up. If you want to see more videos like it, please subscribe and bang that notification bell and follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/monthlytetris. Thank you, and have a nice day. B68 here for me. E30 for Neko. I have that fast one just in case we have to do it on 29. I've already got that recorded and saved. Meme C16, E87 for Neko. There's a Tetris for Neko. He's got an F29 on 34. I mean, this is some pace for Neko here. A Meme with 30 lines to go. Tetris for Meme, C80. I mean, she's going to basically have to Tetris out, I would say here. There's another Tetris Meme, D27, but Neko continuing to pile on. There's a rollover for Neko. There's another Tetris for Meme, D72. Another Tetris Neko. That's 1.6 million. There's another one. He's got the 1.7 million. Meme can't get the bar over to the right side. That is a 1.4 for Meme, and Neko really put the pace on in this one. My word, Neko with the 1.8 and could get one more. He's set up for it and gets it over for the 1.88 million. What a crazy game for Neko. GG's really pulled that one out of the bag when he needed it. And we will continue. Now, if you are playing in the next bracket, I sympathize, but we will do our best to keep things moving along, and you might be delayed a little bit. Okay. New pieces, players. Holy mackerel. 72D83D. That was absolutely crazy. I think that's the highest score. So 1.8, and then Meme had the 1.4. So I think that is the highest scoring one, right? Joe, we can't take a break. We got to get right into it. Thanks, buddy, though. (72D83D). 72D83D. Okay, players ready. Game number 4. Meme looking to wrap it up right now against a dangerous opponent. Neko hoping for a repeat of game 3. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I think that might be the highest scoring, non-Mullen game so far in the tournament. So Laurie says 33 likes left and almost 200 watching. If we get to what's the goal, Laurie? The number, the actual number overall. But if we get 33 more likes, Laurie said she will gift 5 memberships to YouTube. That is an easy way to support us. If you're not in position to support the channel financially, at the very least, like the stream over on YouTube so that Laurie will get us that support. And by the way, Twitch, you're allowed to go over there and, like the stream and leave. That's fine. 116 for Neko. It all counts, 99,000 for Meme. Gilded Lizard says, do it. I did it. It's easy. There you go. Be like Gilded Lizard. Pyre, first time chatter with the YouTube command, putting the link in the chat. What a goated first time chat. Thank you, Pyre. Appreciate that. 128 for Meme as we get into it here in game number 4. 185 for Neko. Meme's going to fill in the middle of that board. Neko and Meme will get Tetrises. Meme back by 56,000 points early on here. Laurie is subscribed on both. All right, Laurie, what's the countdown? How many more do we need? All right, Tetris, Neko. Valhaven, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that. Also, Sush in St. Bernard and Orlando. Thanks everybody on Twitch for the follows. All right, we need 11 more likes on the YouTube video, and then Laurie has committed to gifting 5 channel memberships on YouTube. And maybe if you're there liking it, stick around so you might get one. Why not? 304 for Neko. Meme getting up a little bit high here. Uncovers the right side. Long bar over Tetris. Going to use that L to kind of set up for that second Tetris. Gets the first one. And there's the next one. Meme at 322. 354 for Neko. Does Neko still have the highest ever 39 cap score? I thought that was Sidnev, right? Tetris Meme 368. Sidnev 2.1 in non-competition. Dog 2.01 in competition. Got it. Neko got 2.15. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. All right. Lori H has gifted 5 fan level memberships to the YouTube chat. Thank you, Lori. That is very, very kind of you. Thanks to everybody who liked the stream over on YouTube to get us there. Neko 492 through 101, 438 for Meme through that same 101. Neko has the CTM record. All right, we're getting it all adjudicated here. And if you are NXD, DB, NU, Ricky Stairs, or Zach W, you have been gifted a channel membership by Lori. Thank you, Lori, so much. All right, and now I have to close that because it slows. If I open up the YouTube, I don't know what it is. If I open up that YouTube live stream panel, it slows OBS down. 536 for Meme. One more Tetris available before 19. 610 for Neko. He's pacing. Yeah, it is random. There's no way to gift a specific one. Meme is in at 560, gets another one 584. Neko into that 19 at 635. Tetris Neko, there's another one, 685 on level 20. Tetris Meme, 634 on level 20. So about a 50,000 point lead for Neko. It's about 2 Tetrises here. Tetris is on level 20, worth 25,200. Josh says, I love this match. Well, this match loves you too. Neko filling in the middle of that board with the bar. Ends up having to take a couple of burns though. Tetris for Neko, 768, and Meme fighting her way back here. Back by about 1 Tetris now. Long bar over Tetris Meme, 771, 797 Neko. Poyo, yes, it is. $829 Meme, $830 for Neko. It is neck and Neko. Oh, I almost didn't finish that sentence out of cringe, but I did it anyway. You got to lean into the cringe, guys. Tetris for Meme, $894, $864 for Neko. Now, Meme ahead by 6 lines right now, so it's very close. Another Tetris Meme, $926. Ben Squirrely does not want anyone to lean into the cringe. I say do it. Tetris Meme, $991. $930 Neko. Meme ahead by 10 lines. Now, kind of an S-spire on top of that gap, and that's going to cost Meme some burning here. May allow Neko back in, which it kind of does. Okay, Meme is out, ready to start piling up pieces to get Tetris ready. We will have another slate of matches right after this one. The blue and olive top 32 stream will happen immediately after this. Tetris for Meme, A77, A63 for Neko. Another Tetris Neko, both players with 1.1s. Okay, Meme is into at B14. Neko C01, still not into 29 yet. 1 line away. So Meme trying to pile on some points here. Setting up for Tetris's. Neko is in at C37. right, Meme gonna uncover the well, looking for a bar, uncovers again. There's a tuck and a Tetris for Meme, C10, C51 for Neko. There's a Tetris Neko C90, there's one Meme, C54. So Meme ahead by like 11 lines or so. We'll see what these players can do. Tetris Neko D34. I mean, I think we've already seen what they both can do, and it's pretty amazing. All right, Meme here, trying to bring this down. Access the middle of this board, and does so. She uncovers the right side. Oh no, that left side could be a problem for Meme. Gotta bring this down. Neko at D94. Meme, that left side is cut off, and Neko is good in game number 4 and will force a deciding game number 5. Neko, you are good. It is gonna be decider time. Memed. Okay, Neko going for another rollover here. Neko's got the rollover and more. Got the 1.7. All right, he's getting droughted here, and he's going to top out at the 1.7. So Neko has tied it up. New pieces players, when you are ready, take a moment if you need it. We're already, we're here. It's a decider, big deal. So do take a moment. 4-6-A-7-8-F. Back-to-back 1.7s is crazy, says Vance. Pyre says, having not watched Classic Tetris in a few years, it's insane how good players have gotten at level 29. Indeed. Well, they're both ready, so let's not even delay here. 4-6-A-7-8-F. Let's go. Game 5, decider. One of these players will move on to the top 8. It's going to be Meme or Neko. Let's go 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I mean, what a match. Takate's here. Squirrely's here. We have 4 more matches in this broadcast, assuming the players are still available. I mean, we knew this was going to be kind of a gauntlet to get through. But we're getting there. And again, apologies to the players in the blue and olive bracket. I will do my best to handle everything quickly throughout your stream. Hopefully you'll be done approximately when you thought you'd be done. $76,000 for Meme, 116 for Neko here in game number 5. Robert Greenwood, imagine they come out with something even faster than rolling. I don't know what that would be. Hyper tapping. Yeah, what about hyper rolling, where you you jitter click each one of your 5 fingers in succession, so you get like 50, I don't know, 150 hertz movement. Right? You're doing both at the same time. Spoopy, now, come on now. Don't be like that. Tetris Neko 232. Roll with both hands. Oh, yes. 199 for Meme, 255 for Neko. This is why level 18 starts are important, by the way, guys. Do you really want to jump right from that level 29 game into playing like a 19 game, like right off the bat? No, you want the little rest and the reset that level 18 gives you. Now, maybe some people want it, but I think majority of players do want the level 18 starts. Ace Hardcastle says, that's why I wasn't a huge fan of Faster Masters. Well, but it was over quickly, so. You know, so it's not as bad. All right, Meme going to chuck that long bar into the middle of the stack. 239 for Meme at 372 for Neko. Whoops says, it is hilarious to me that 18 is a break for these players. Yes, 18 is a break, and it is like, you know, it's like fingernails holding me to the, you know, the ledge the entire time. For me, for them, they're like, yeah, it's a nice blissful little 18. I think a little bit of a maybe overshift there for Neko. 427, 291 for Meme. Just about those same lines. So about 137,000 point lead for Neko. Zafita says, I played 18 for the first time on Nestris and I was completely overwhelmed. Well, yeah, that it is like that. $346 Meme. There's a Tetris 368. 457 Neko. That's a Tetris 480. Just about that same line count. 112,000 point lead for Neko. All right, Neko gets a good J piece for the middle of that board. There is a Tetris. He's gonna have to take a few burns here, though. 4 lines of garbage on that right side. Every little one of those kind of mini slowdowns, consequential. Even on a small scale. Neko setting up for the dirty Tetris in the center well. But yeah, piece is not coming. There's a good skim of the T. The well is back open, and of course the game decides, yeah, I'm not going to give you any bars. Meme's board getting up a little bit high here. She's about to enter 19, but gets a long bar over for the Tetris. 489 entry for Meme. And another one, 513. Neko, 567, gets a Tetris. He's into level 20. All right, Meme going to take that triple 524, 70,000 points back of Neko, who's in a little bit of a slowdown. So this is going to allow Meme, if she stays clean, to get back into this. Tetris for Meme, 604, 627. Neko, who's clean again. Tetris Neko. Same line count, Neko 50,000 points ahead. So Meme has cut this lead in half or more. Tetris for both. There's another one, Neko. There's one Neko, 739. Meme, Tetris, 719. Same line count again. Still about that 50,000 point lead for Neko. Tetris meme, 767. Neko burning, opens the well up. All right, Skims gets it. Tetris, Neko, 842. Both of them get another one. So, you know, still about the same line, you know, score difference when the lines are tied. Maybe Neko's opened it up a little tiny bit. Yeah, he has. By a little bit. When the lines are just about tied, seems to be about 100,000 point lead now. Wallbant rooting for double rollovers. I want I want triple rollovers into level 49. That's what I want. All right, Neko's board was getting a little bit high there, kind of double or LJ dependent, or had an L dependent and then J dependency. Middle of the stack. All right, takes the burn, gets it dirty here. A19 for Neko on 23. That is a max out. That's a million points -1. Tetris for meme into 29. 999. Neko, one more burn, takes it into 29 at A31. And here we go. Meme gonna miss on that right side. Needs to get a bar over and does. Trying to get this down. Neko gets a Tetris B11. Meme at A17. Finding pieces for that left side. Trying to keep it clean. Trying to bring this down. Neko trying to uncover. Takes a triple on that right side. B30. Hang of the bar to the left. He'll need to get one over into column 1. Oh, he's actually maybe gonna, yeah, it's set up for a triple. Neko gets it. Tetris meme, A74, 70,000 point lead for Neko. Gets another one, Neko. All right, Neko has to bring this down, take himself out of Tetris readiness. He's trying to build back up for it again. Memes board starting to climb, gets a Tetris. B28, C47 for Neko. Another Tetris Neko, C89. All right, meme setup. Dirty gets it. B94. Neko with the D08, but set up on the left side. Gets the bar over. Brings it down. D24 for Neko. We're in level 35. So just about 30 lines to go until level 39. Neko with a Tetris. D76. There's one for meme. Players just going all out. They're doing everything they can do. That left side for meme is going to be a problem. And that is a top out for meme and this decider. Neko is ahead and will be taking this match 3-2. Oh my word. What a match. Neko did amazing. Meme did amazing. Meme has a great run of 5 semifinals in a row. That is going to be broken. And Neko is your winner. Neko will be moving on to the top 8. And wow. Are we going to get another Yuri the Professional? Oh no. Well, Yuri, please mention us. Please link to us, please. All right. Anyway, wow, what a match. It really delivered. Of course, all the meme fans disappointed, the Neko fans happy, but everybody who's a Tetris fan is, you know, just thrilled with the high quality Tetris that was in this one. So let us go ahead and report this match. And we're going to jump. There's not going to be much ceremony here. We're going to jump right into the next one. But hold on, Neko, you stay right there. Stay right there. Don't leave. I at least want to give you this thing, which is Neko, and this, and we'll get it over there, and then we'll fix it. All right, you at least got to get your little picture taken there. Neko. Hold on, we'll get it in there. Get it in frame. Neko, there you are. Top 8. Neko. GG's to you. Huge, huge, huge. Neko, pretty happy, pretty overwhelmed. A lot of tension in this, you know, where it happens and you're a little overwhelmed. You know, you got to release. So GG's to you, Neko. You did amazing. All right, let's go ahead and check our top 32 situation. Hi. Way to go. That is amazing. Let me refresh this here. We'll take a look. We're about to start our next one. It's going to be the Blue Scooty versus Andre, Panic Portal versus Danv. And yeah. Oh, why isn't it happening? I don't know why it's not happening. I don't know why it's not oh, because it didn't submit. Hold on. I don't know why it's not submitting. Okay, we're having like a little, is this correct? Yes. Okay, there it is. Oh, I reported it. Oh God. Can someone remind me in Vandy channel, I reported the wrong amount because of the stupid website was glitching out. But it is Neko who will be moving on against Huffaluffagus. That's going to be a crazy match. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set up our next match, guys. Not much ceremony here. I just need to try to catch up. We'll be right back. I'm going to do all this here, guys. I don't want to mess around. I just want to try to get this done. So you'll see the live jank. What is that text that's on Scooty's side? I don't know. Includes paid promotion. Are you able to move that down? Is that possible? I don't even know if it's possible. Transform. Why isn't it transforming? It's not doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing. Aren't you on your alt? Why is it doing paid promotion on your alt? Oh, I see. Got it. Makes sense. The text is not on Scooty's stream. Oh, got it. So like everything's frozen right now. Like nobody. Oh, that's not Neko. Oh yeah, of course. All right, Mint, you're gone. green gun. It's supposed to be blue and olive. And we will get all this situated. So thanks for bearing with me. Just doing it the most, just the quickest way here, rather than try to hide all the jank. We're showing the jank, warts and all. I don't know, I'm having trouble with my connection here to Twitch. I don't know why. And we're not having trouble connecting to you all, I don't think. Okay. Players, I'm going to go ahead and drop your seeds in chat. Yes, Grandmaster, I did it by mistake and I've explained it 500 times. And you don't know that, but it's, yes. Okay, and then camera. Okay, so what we've got for y'all, just to give you a sense of where we are at, what we've got for y'all is the matches up in the top right-hand corner. Those are two top 32 matches, Blue Scooty versus Andre, then Panic Portal versus Danv, assuming they're still around. And then the winners of those two matches will play in a top 16, which will determine a top 8. That is what we got. The pieces are D2, A3, A3, D2, A3, A3. All right, thank you, Zempro Mari, for reminding me. It's kind of delicate to change all that stuff, so I probably should like train like one other person to do it, just someone who wants to do that. But it's kind of delicate. You got to fix a bunch of things. Okay, we are here. So D2, A3, A3. Good luck, players. Realistically, we're only 2 Tetris games behind pace, right? So all you got to do is whoever wins the first game, just sweep. That's all. And then we're fine. Okay. Looks like both players are ready. Blue Scooty and Andre. Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters Blue Bracket Top 32. Let's get them started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. On the left side, it is Blue Scooty, who as soon as I change my stupid thing, I will tell you who that is and all about them. All right, blue and what? Yeah, we'll just go blue now. Anyway, Blue Scooty on the left, seed number 4, qualified into this tournament with a 1.77 million qualifier. That is the average of his top 3 games played over the course of a 90-minute qualifier, which is how we do Mega Masters. Blue Scooty from the USA has got a PB of 12.4 million. Of course, a lot of you know Blue Scooty as the first game crasher. That 12.4 million PB, that would be good for about 4th on the overall PB leaderboard. So, of course, Scooty, the first player to crash the game, getting to level 138 or no 157, 155. Got to 155. Yeah, colors is 138. 157. Missed the first crash point, but ended up getting it. By the way, he's also a 6-time CTM Masters event winner. He was really on a streak the last 10 months or so. He had finished in the finals either as second or first place in CTM for like, what, 10 months in a row? Since from May to February, something like that. That streak finally snapped in March. But a historic run for Blue Scooty. 6 overall wins. He's been in the finals 4 additional times and in the semis 1 more time than that. He was second in the Jonas Cup, that's CTWC's North American Dash Championship in 2024. And back-to-back winner of a Kansas City Regional and his own Blue Scooty Stillwater Regional. Of course, host a regional so you can win it. Good strategy there, Scooty. On the right side, it is Andre with a 1.24 million. Andre out of Russia with an overall PB of 1.7 million. That's good for about 50th on the list. Andre, a former Challenger Circuit winner, 2-time Future Circuit winner, and I believe still looking for his first top 8 in any CTM Masters or Mega Masters event. Played in Mega Masters in 2023 and 2024. Played in CT Russia, the Classic Tetris Russia. That was in 2021. I don't know if that was online or in person. 213 here for Andre, 259 for Blue Scooty. I'm sure people can tell me in chat if that was online or in person. But we are here after a thrilling previous bracket that we had, the green and mint bracket, out of which Neko was the winner. Andre looking to join Neko as the second Russian in the top 8. 305 for Blue Scooty, 261 for Andre. You believe all the events in Russia have been online. It's a big country, so I can imagine. 329 for Andre, 350 for Blue Scooty. Scooty still has a 10 semifinal streak. Yes, at least. Of course, whenever Scooty is playing, there's a huge Scooty family contingent in the chat. Scooty Mom, I see in the chat. It's Scooty Grandpa. Scooty Grandma. All the Scooties are here. 397 for Blue Scooty. Of course, whenever Andre is here, we see the similar from the Russian Tetris community. 381 for Andre. 421 for Blue Scooty. Long bar gets over. Tetris for Scooty. 383 for Andre. He's going to uncover that right side well. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Zika TV Games for the follow. Valhaven with the follow. Appreciate that. By the way, if you want to contribute to the prize pool for this tournament, you can do it. If you're watching live, use the Matcherino command, !MATCHERINO, that works on Twitch or YouTube. And that will bring up 2 links. The first one is the one for Mega Masters. Click on that one. That'll open the landing page for this tournament with our prize pool partner, Matcherino. Then you go to the top right-hand corner. It says login. Click on that. And you can log in with your existing Twitch or YouTube account. Super easy. And once you're logged in, there's a mustard-colored button that says contribute. 483 for Andre, entry into 19. 542 for Blue Scooty. He gets a dirty center well Tetris. There's a Tetris Andre as well. 509. So just about that same line count. Scooty ahead by 60,000 points. Tetris is on 19, worth 24,000 points And the value of those Tetrises will increment 1,200 points every color change. And eventually we'll get to level 29 where that speed will increase again. In fact, it will double. And then players will basically have 100 more lines to get whatever scoring done they're going to get until the level 39 super kill screen pretty much ends their game. 614 for Blue Scooty, 580 for Andre. Tetris Andre 613, 650 for Blue Scooty. All right, Andre's board's starting to climb a little bit here. Got 4 rows of garbage over sort of that right side well that was kind of being formed. Dirty. Oh, he's going to get that dirty Tetris, 679. And another good long bar for Andre to help bring this stack back down. And he's just about drilled to the bottom. He can start setting up again. 752 for Blue Scooty, 686 for Andre. Andre set up with a well on the right side. It is not good for a Tetris, but he would really love to get a long bar down there for the triple, just to knock this stack back down. But he's just having to do it kind of double by double. All right. Oh, long bar is going to hang on that left side for Andre. That is going to be tough. Let's see what he can do to get it over. And no, that is going to be a hang for Andre here in game 1. That is a top out, and Blue Scooty is good in game number 1. By the way, I also want to give a shout out to our players here for just their flexibility and timeliness in getting these brackets done. This Classic Tetris is a worldwide phenomenon with a lot of top level players all over the world, and so getting this thing scheduled does take a lot of flexibility. There's a max out for Scooty trying to set start a max streak anyway. But yeah, it does take a lot of flexibility from players, so thank you everybody. What's that PB of? Surely Scooty's PB is much higher than that, considering he crashed the game. Well, players, when they're going for the game crash, they don't generally build for Tetrises. They try to line out there. And yeah, 12 million is pretty good score. It's pretty good. 7E6808, 7E6808. Yes, and I also want to thank, Darth Bunny thanking Classic Tetris Yoga for their flexibility as well. So thank you. Well, Tetris with the facts here. It does have a 18 million on a 29 start, but generally 29 starts not kind of a first rank metric for players because it's not. That level start is not available on the default game. 7E6808. Okay, players are on seed. Players are ready. Game number 2. Let's go. 3, 2, 1 Tetris. So it's kind of a category extension, really. So it's there, but it's generally not counted for someone's overall PB. Thank you, Tetris. Honestly, I'm still a little, jazzed up from that previous match with Neko and me. I mean, what a crazy match. If you're just joining us, go and watch that at some points. Watch this now, but watch that later. All right, Andre set up maybe for a line spin, but just going to take the... Gonna take that J-tuck I like the line spin, as you know. Hey, we're underway here at Game 2. Blue Scooty, 69,000, 38,000 for Andre. That's right, Tacky. Did Summoning Salt's Tetris video bring more views for you fellas? Yeah, maybe at the margins. It did bring some players in, that's for sure. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to know. Well, there's multiple ways to know, I guess. But yeah, if you are in this chat right now, having learned about the Classic Tetris community or had your interest ratcheted up a considerable degree because of Summoning Salt's video, speak up now. All right? There's a way to know. Maybe you'd heard of it but weren't really that interested. We'll find out. 229 for Blue Scooty. Andre with a little bit of a suffer start here, but finally can open up that right side, gets a long bar, 85,000. Ace Hardcastle says raises hands. Or one hand. Just one hand. Don't raise both. R75 says Game Crash brought me in. Yo, and you're welcome if you want to say in chat, like, what brought you to, like, usually there's like an incident, you know. Oh, Joseph wins, or, you know, or the Boom Tetris for Jeff, 131 for Andre, or, you know, Dog, because there were articles in the New York Times. Or what is it? What is the thing that brought you in? Spida says Vandy brought me in. If he goes, I go. All right. Well, I'm not going anywhere for at least a month. After that, touch and go. 344 for Blue Scooty, 201 for Andre. Lancer Weasel says Joseph brought me in. Vance said Boom Tetris for Jeff. Kale Jen said, oh yeah, Kale Jen, you go way back. It was Jonas way back in the day. Darth Bunny says, Tackner says Game Crash Scout video. Oh yeah, usually a Scout video will bring someone in. 354 for Blue Scooty, 224 for Andre. Unskill says Yuri the Professional brought you. Oh my goodness, there's one. That's good to see. I just wish Yuri would like link to the video. That's all. Just link to the video. You can do what you're doing. Just link to the video. Tetris for Andre, 301. 367 for Blue Scooty. Lucas says the Blue Scooty Game Crash. Titra says, I watched some random top 32 CTWC video in 2016. Spoopy was Jonas's 5th CTWC win. 394 for Scooty, 348 for Andre. So Andre's put up some, made up some ground here while Scooty's kind of burning. Metro Etienne said Ecstasy of Order right after the Boom Tetris for Jeff. Lachelle says there was that game Jonas versus Green Tea. Jonas versus Green Tea? Right. Day 72 of Vandy missing the line spin. Well, it wouldn't be CTM without me missing a spin. But, you know, it's fun to read. It's probably more fun to read how people got to Classic Tetris. 474 for Blue Scooty, 486 for Andre. Than to just, you know, say a line spin happened when obviously all of you can see that a line spin happened, right? All right, Andre up near the top of the board as he enters 19. This is going to be tough. No, that's going to be a hang for Andre. And he's going to top out at 487. And Blue Scooty, you are good. And you have taken game number 2. So probably that back-to-back max streak you're trying to start probably not going to be a thing, so. Tetracyclist says hydrant videos explaining the glitches. Okay. New pieces. Oh, thanks for the kind words, COSDND. Appreciate that. I mean, I do have to describe what's happening from time to time, especially when it's interesting and just to do the game flow. And I also give a lot of score checks because I know players are listening and it helps them to know the game score and just their opponent's board state and get a sense of where each opponent is. So I do have to do that. And in fact, that's how restreaming these matches really started, right? It was just players playing against other players and me having to give score checks. And then it just kind of... Score checks and jokes is how it all started. 9CE71F. It's pretty much still what it is. 9CE71F. Both players are on seed, so that's good. Okay, both players are ready. Game number 3. Blue Scooty up 2 games to none very quickly. Andre needs to win to stay in. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. All right, Blue Scooty getting mad at the RNG. The long bar, trailing all the other pieces. Ecstasy of Order is free on Plex right now. Still a good watch. Yeah, I agree. It's also free on a few other platforms. I forget if it's Hoopla or Canopy, but if you have a library card, there's a good chance, at least in the United States, there's a good chance your local library card gives you access to Canopy and or Hoopla, and they have a lot of stuff streaming there which you can access for free. So there you go, free plug for Canopy and Hoopla. I like Canopy better, but 91,000 for Blue Scooty, 77,000 for Andre. Kale Jen says, man, I think I'll get my Tetris setup out of the attic. Watching this is making me nostalgic. Well, Kale Jen, you can also get on nestris.org. And you could play with keyboard if you want to, or a controller, like a USB controller. Get on nestris.org and just kind of see if that's something you want to keep doing. Kingsman says, also available on Tubi, Tubi. 205 for Blue Scooty. Andre with a little bit of a pullback there. And the Tetris. Gilded Lizard says, I miss having university access to Canopy. Is that different than just having library access? Because just go get a library card. For most places. Well, a lot of places. I don't know if every single library has it, but a lot of them do. At least in the US. Again, I don't know worldwide, but it's got all my like art house movies and all that stuff, as well as some mainstream stuff and lots of documentaries. But if you want to like watch, you know, you know, Francois Truffaut, Jean-Luc Godard, you know, they got you covered, okay? Want your Ingmar Bergman? It's all there. Okay, 248 for Andre, 344 for Blue Scooty. Yeah, Kingsman loves Francois Truffaut, right? Big, huge French New Wave fan, I'm sure Kingsman is. $367 for Blue Scooty, $275 for Andre. Oh, used to watch it all the time on Cinemax. Well, I don't know if Emmanuel counts as French New Wave there, Kingsman. All right, 437 for Blue Scooty, 321 for Andre. That's right, Mari, talking about the documentary premiering at the Tribeca Film Festival. I don't have all the right talking points for it, so I'll mention it eventually, but I got the email, I just haven't. I want to get make sure I'm saying things that are accurate. So I haven't had a chance to really scour the email. 533 for Blue Scooty, 384 for Andre. Furzy Twee says, I'm getting full-on skipped. LMAO. Yes, I literally read every single comment except yours. That's right. You just said infinite 18. I don't even know what that means. That was the comment that I skipped. I don't even know what it means. What does it mean? Infinite 18. Tetris for Andre, 434. Scooty at 603. Still 12 lines to go until 19. What is infinite 8? What does infinite 18 even mean? What am I skipping? Mila Tempest says, Vandy, please skip this message. All right, I won't. I'm not going to read it. $650 for Blue Scooty. 3 lines to go. Could potentially get one more Tetris. There's one skim. Andre is into 19 at 467 with kind of a high board here, but still doable. Still workable. Oh, no, that left side for Andre. That is going to be a problem. Needs to get something over and does. Okay. He's trying to fight his way out of it. And that's going to be a top out for Andre, 471. So a rough set for Andre here. Kind of early tops or, tops very early into 19 phase. And Scooty will be moving on to the top 16. Rough go of it, Andre. Sorry to see that, but GG's to you and hope to stream you again in subsequent months. And yeah, always a pleasure, Andre. I think maybe not having the banana shirt. Andre, you needed the banana shirt. I think that's what it was. Has Yuri done any Neko matches? I don't know. He did Andre. And I don't think he's done Neko. Okay. Scooty going to try to start another back-to-back max out run. I do have to start setting up our next match, though, because we are running behind, so I'm going to do that while we watch Scooty. Here, I'll do it. I'll give you Scooty's game board. There you go. Now it counts. It's on the screen. There. Oh, did not get the max. Oh, all right. No streak begun. Okay, so it's going to be, let me report this. Although I seem to be pretty shaky at reporting lately, so but I'm going to have to really concentrate. 3 games to none. Blue Scooty, the winner. So the next match is going to be where'd it go? There it is. In the olive bracket, Portal versus Danv. 13 and 20, right? 13 and 20. So GG's to you, Scooty. Congratulations on moving on to the top 16. 13 and 20. All right, Danv, hopefully everything should be the same as when I left it before. And so now this has got to be still round of 32. And it's the olive brackets. So I think we are just about there, but let me just do a little stencil fixing on Portal. Portal, if you want to keep playing so I can, or at least put it on a top-out screen so I can fix stencil, that would be cool. That should be about right. Should be close enough, I think. Well, let me squish it a little bit. Let's get in there. Gotta squish a little more. Squeesh. Any Arcus fans? All right. All right, I think that's a little better. That's all right. Danv will fix it in post, no problem. Oh crap! I still gotta pay Danv for last month. Let me just see if we've got. All right, players, I'm going to go ahead and drop your pieces in the chat. I want to thank you guys for your patience, you know, running long and all that. It's not always easy to get everything in, and so I appreciate your flexibility and your sportsmanship. Or if you don't have any, then thank you for not having any visible anger at the moment. All right, we'll put the pieces in the chat. Let's see. The pieces are there, but feel free to keep going if you want to. We're actually kind of we're actually not under a time crunch anymore. We're actually okay. I think we're just about okay now. Yeah, Furzy, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that to people. Who asked? You don't need to do that. All right, T. Osh is feeding Portal Doritos in chat. Did I just lose one of our... I'm not sure what happened there. Let me see if I can refresh that. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm not sure what happened, but we are back. And you're feeding Danv Doritos. All right. Danv, do you like Doritos? They have Doritos out there. I can't imagine they do, right? Oh, we call them Poppy Tongs, not Doritos. All right. Both players are on seed 116 7 CD. Okay. By the way, players, do not pause if internet issues happen, right? If internet issues happen, do not pause, right? Kingsman, do not pause. Just keep playing, and I will sort it out. Okay, whatever needs to happen, I will sort it out. You just keep playing until I say otherwise. All right, looks like both players are ready. Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters top 32 match in the olive bracket. No Greeks in the olive bracket. What the heck? Portal and Danv. Let's go ahead and get them started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. You know, this olive is reminding me that we've got gyro meats, or whatever you want to call it, and tzatziki and feta in the fridge, and I desperately want to eat all of it right now. All right, on the left side, it is Portal. And as soon as I fix my thing here, that says olive. There it is, olive. I will tell you all about Portal. Portal seed number 13 in virtue of qualifying into the top 16. This is Portal's first match in this tournament. Everybody 16 and above in the seeding got a 2-round bye to start in the top 32. Portal with a 1.43 million qualifier. That's his average, or the average of his top 3 scores in a 90-minute qualifier. Portal is out of Kazakhstan. He's got a PB of 5.52 million. That would place him somewhere around 16th or so, but it's not. That score is not on the leaderboard last time I saw, but that would be about where he would be. Portal played in Mega Masters last year and finished in the top 8. Was a top 8 player in Mega Masters last year. Went out against Scooty. So it could be another epic battle coming up between Portal and Scooty. Portal was first in the CT Russia in 2023, second in CT Russia in 2024. Both of those finals were against Neko. On the right side, it's Danv. He's got 190 right now, 209 for Portal. Portal gets a Tetris. Danv waiting for a bar. And Danv gets that Tetris. 1.32 million qualifier for Danv. He's got an overall PB of 3.83 million. That is good for 20th approximately on the overall list. Danv is ranked number 12 in the most recent Premier poll. He's a Challenger circuit winner, a Hopeful circuit winner, a Futures circuit winner, and a Masters event winner. One of the few people to hit for the cycle and win all 4 of our, named tournaments, top 64 tournaments from back in the day. So one of the few people to do that. I don't know if anybody else actually done that. I think one other person. I don't remember. Danv won that Masters event back in May of 2023 That was the inaugural Faster Masters event 2023. For some reason, we did that event twice in 2023. And then didn't do it again until last year? Or this year? Was it this year? This year. That was weird. Dan also made the semis in another month. That was February in 2023. He was top 16 in CTWC in 2022 and also played in the 2021, 23, and 24 years. 374 for Danv, 401 for Portal. That's a Tetris down the right side for Portal. Danv up near the top of the board. That's going to be a top out and could not find a bar with that uncovered well. It just didn't have any burns. So Portal's actually good in game number 1. Danv just didn't have any burns because of those big gaps over on the left side of the board. And yeah, bad time to get droughted for Danv. So let us go ahead and get these players some new pieces. Danv, incredulous. He's like, what the heck, bars? All right, the pieces are here, players, when you're ready. 17A2F6. 17A2F6. All right, so 17A2F6. 178. All right, both players are on seed. Game number 2. I gotta give Portal his point here. We'll do that after the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So kind of an early top there for Danv in game number 1. Going to look to bounce back in game number 2. All right, we are up to 10,030 followers. Now the followers coming hot and heavy. You know, when we were just like a handful away from 10,000, we couldn't buy one. Neither love nor money. But now, followers are coming. All right, Danv was up near the top of the board, but going to bring this down with a series of triples, and here's a single, and he's bringing it down. 95,000 for Portal. 22,800 for Danv. That's the exact amount of a Tetris without the benefit of having gotten a Tetris. Tetris, Danv, and another one. All right, so Danv's drilled back down to the bottom of the board. Portal, 163. All right, my browser, we're kind of unhinged right now. I don't know what it's doing. All right. 209 Portal, 118 for Dan. So Portal was kind of a messed up board here. There's a nice dirty Tetris for Danv. And Portal going to uncover that right side well. Now that is not a Tetris well. It's good for only a double. And he does get the long bar down. Going to knock this stack down 2 rows. And now what's covered is really only good for a single, but he gets a triple along the way. All right, so he's bringing this down. 226 for him. This has given Dan a chance to close the gap a little bit. All right, Tetris for Danv, 231, 280 for Portal. Portal ahead by about 3 lines. And yeah, about a 72,000 point lead, something like that. If you want to contribute to the prize pool, you can do so at ctm.gg/matcherino. If you're watching live, you can use the Matcherino command. And you can use your existing Twitch or YouTube account to log in. Kip Duran with the €2 super chat says, Danv is the coolest Tetris player. It's hard to disagree. But I will disagree. No, I'm kidding. It's just hard to do it. I know, he's good. You know, it's like sometimes when I see these younger people, and I'm an old man now, I'm 47, and I see some of these younger people and just how they are so together. And I was like totally a mess at their age that they're at. And Danv is one of those guys where I'm like, man, wish I had my stuff together. 419 for Portal, 418 for Danv. All right, a little adjustment there, I think, or maybe just a placement. Kind of caught it out of the corner of my eye here. All right, Danv gets a good long bar there for column 8, 446, 489 into 19 for Portal. So it is pretty darn close now. Tetris Portal, 514, 469 for Danv. All right, nice couple of burns for Dan. And Tetris for Dan, 518. There's one for Portal, 563. He's ahead by 5 lines. So Portal maybe, when the lines are tied, might be up by... Actually, it might be kind of tied now. A skimming a Tetris there for Danv, 569, 615 Portal. Yeah, it's pretty close. Maybe Portal's up by like 2/3 of a Tetris, something like that. Kip Duran, super chat, €5 says, let's count it up. He's from London, cool accent, swagger and vibes and charisma. And did I mention he's a Londoner? You did mention that. You literally did. All right, thanks, Kip. 630 for Danv. Portal's left side, kind of a mess, so that's going to leave him kind of in on a bar. The bar gets over, so he's going to bring this down and try to anyway. Okay, he's opening it up. That left side will open up for a bar. That's good for a single, but just builds out that left side and brings the stack down a little bit. So Portal with a little bit of a scare. Still kind of working out the aftermath here, and oh no. Let's see what he's going to do. 7-11 for Portal. Danv now in the lead. He's behind really most of the way, and now is back in the lead. All right, Danv filling out that left, gets a long bar over Tetris, 777 for Danv, 724 for Portal. Portal is skimmed out, and now he's got a Tetris well going. Tetris for Portal, and Portal ahead by 10 lines and back by 30,000 points now. Okay, 850 for Danv, 825 Portal. There's a Tetris. Danv 6 lines in hand and a good board and a Tetris. Portal really just since complicating the board has kind of struggled to find a rhythm here. All right, Danv chopping down that right side, set up again. All right, so Portal now on level 28, 8 lines to go. Oh, setting up for a dirty there in column 7. And there's the skim and the dirty Tetris. 2 lines to go. It's not going to transition cleanly necessarily, but still with a low board. So Portal can figure this out. Yeah, and he's back down to the bottom of the board. 926 for him, but A33 for Danv. So Danv up over 100,000 points right now. On level 29, Tetris for Portal, 967. Portal setting up again, takes a skim. He's still set up, and oh, that's going to turn into a triple. He's going to try to reset up again, but he's just really chopping this down. 978 Portal, A52 for Danv. He's chopping it down. Portal gets set up again. Long bar over, Tetris Portal, A24. He's within 50,000 points. He's still 8 lines ahead. Tetris for Danv, B10. Needs to fix that left side. Gets a piece over. That's going to help. Tetris for Portal, A68. Still about 50,000 point lead for Danv. And Portal needs a bar to the right, and it's not probably going to get over. And no, that's going to be a top out for Portal at A68. And Danv good in game number 2, and he's going to tie this matchup. All right, players, I am going to drop pieces in the chat for when you're ready, but if you need to take a moment, that's fine. But they are here. Accident prone Ash with the first time chat says GG. Thanks, Ash. Appreciate that. What's going on? Mari, Josh, over in the YouTube chat. Lori, Ogus. Holding down the fort over there. Kip Duran there, of course. Mr. Burrow. All the stars are here. I do not have my life together, Vandy, but I like that you think that. That's true. Vandy changed Dan's country from GBR to GDR. I don't know what that means, but thanks for the €2 super chat. Appreciate that. All right, I did give you pieces players. They're 3-7, E1, A7, and Oma Red Star with the pin. Thank you, Oma. Appreciate that. Okay, 3-7E, 1A7. Yes, they're on seed, and they're both ready to go. All right. Game number 3, 3-2-1 Tetris. So what was once a best of 5 is now a virtual best of 3 between these two players. This is a best of 5, of course. That means the first player to 3 games won is the winner of the match. All right, board's getting a little high here for Portal, and he's going to get a skim and a Tetris over just in time. All right, Dan's board was a little bit high, but he's got a skim and he's got a Tetris. And all is good in the world, at least for now. Of course, Tetris always ends in a top out, unless you're one of, what, 10 people? $98,000 Portal, $99,000 for Danv. Did Portal have the earliest max at some point, says Mari. Jazzy Josh says he did. Unskilled 25 or Unskilled 25 concurs. I didn't realize that. That would be a great fact to add to someone's Liquidpedia stream if they had a profile on that site. It'd be amazing. 190 for Portal. I do love my Liquidpedia. But the frustrating is, like, not every player that I want to look up has a profile yet. $190 for Danv, $193 for Portal. All right, so Dan waiting on something here to tuck or spin into that little overhang. He's going to get the S-spin and the Tetris. 239 Dan, 261 Portal. Okay, Tetris Portal, 284. A skimming a Tetris for Danv, 265. Another Tetris Dan, 294. Portal kind of working a couple rows off the bottom now. Got gaps over in columns 1 and 2 and rows 1 and 2. We'll see how he ends up approaching those eventually when he has to. Danv 340. There's a dirty Tetris for Portal, 359. Still working a couple rows off the bottom. Oh, a game kind of feeding Portal a bunch of J pieces exactly when he can't use them, and now when he could use one, there are none. Oh no, that was an L dependency. Yeah, sorry. Oh, there's a dirty Tetris. Portal getting bailed hard right there. Tetris for Portal, 434. So he's bringing this back down. He hasn't lost a lot of efficiency here, though, despite all that. Or at least the lead over Dan. But Portal ahead by 7 lines or so. And Tetris Portal. He's ahead by 43,000 points, but also ahead by 12 lines. So Dan probably with the pace lead at that moment, assuming a good chunk of the difference in lines was made up with Tetrises, which it usually is. Okay, Portal's left side, yes, needs... Oh, I'm going to miss the L-tuck on the left side. 7 lines to go until 19. Kind of an awkward time to do it for Portal, but still low enough where a rolling player can deal with it. And there's a great triple to uncover that well. It's not a Tetris well, but it will help him bring this stack back down in advance of the level 19 transition, and he's in at 545. Dan with the 557 still could potentially get one more Tetris, but that Z piece not convenient at all. So he's probably gonna try not to transition with a... Okay, so he's not gonna transition with a covered well, but... All right, Dan getting to work, bringing this down. Long bar over Tetris Dan, 586, 602 for Portal. Another Tetris Dan, 612. There's one Portal, 628. Portal ahead by 9 lines, though. So still that same situation where Portal often ahead in score, but too many lines in hand to have the real definitive lead. Okay, Dan with a couple, L and J left and right to bring this down a bit. Tetris 667. Portal's board starting to complicate a little bit up near the top of the stack. This is either going to be a dig or it's going to come down very quickly. We will see. And a bar would really help Portal out right now. There's the bar, and that does help Portal out quite a bit. Long bar over, Tetris Portal back down to safety, 704. Tetris Danv, 724. Danv still on 22. Portal already into level 24. There's a Tetris Danv into 23 at 757. Another Tetris Dan, 787. He's got the lead. He's got lines in hand. Portal with that square spire in column 8 and 9. The little monkas, as the kids would say back in 2016. Tetris for Portal, 802. He brings it down. He survives. Other Tetris Portal, 835. Dan, 825. 11 lines in hand, though. Other Tetris Portal. Another Tetris Portal. Oh, and kind of a misdrop of the Z piece for a Portal. That's going to complicate things on the darkest level. I can't stand these two levels, especially when I have an unclean board. All right, Danv building out the lefts, building out the middle, just getting it all done. He's set up again for a Tetris. Forced into a triple there. Portal set up for a dirty if he can get it, and he gets it just in time. He's 2 lines away now from the level 29 transition, and he's in at 962. Let's see what he's going to do here. He's got the max out now on 29. Danv at 986. He's got a decently low board here with 7 lines to go. Portal with a center well Tetris, A44. Tetris for Danv, A24 on 28. He's probably going to have to burn into... Oh, no, he's going to try to go for... What is that? That's a... was that a triple? I don't know what that... I think that was a triple. A36 for Dan. So Portal with the real-time lead, but Danv with a lot of lines in hand. Now, of course, you know, the real-time lead for a while is going to be what matters, because you know, even if you got your pace is really well ahead, you still got to survive and get the real score here. B86 for Portal, and Portal really just pouring it on since getting into 29. So it's hard to say even who has the lead. Man, if only there were some stat that would tell us. But there isn't. No, there is. I just don't have it. B16 for Dan. C74 for Portal. Portal 20 lines ahead. Portal takes that triple for safety on the right side. He's got a lead. He can sort of afford to give up, I think, a little bit. Danv with the board complicating a bit. Trying to bring it down that right side board for Danv. No, that's going to be a top out for Dan. And they're both topping out at the same time. But Portal with the lead and, you know, far ahead in lines. Pretty fortunate for Portal that Danv was topping out at the same time, because he would have had a lot of chase down time relative to Portal. So Portal going to survive and take game number 3. Jay plays Tetris. Oh, this has been a 4-hour stream. Yeah, it's going to keep going probably till about... Probably got another 2.5 hours to go. Tetris rate will tell us, says Kip. Yeah, Tetris rate. Okay, players, I'm going to give you pieces just in case you need them. Thanks for the super chat, Kip. This is the seed. You do not have to do it now. You can take a moment and chill. Chill is fine. It is fine. But yeah, that one really back and forth for a while, and then just having those line counts offset, kind of tough to tell who's really ahead or behind at any one time. Danv had the lead for a while. Portal, Danv, then Portal really started to pour it on after 29, and that really is the difference, that pace, so that when he topped out, Danv had, you know, had to chase down. Oh, I think that's kind of the toughest thing, I think, is like when you have a way better pace, but your opponent is very far ahead in lines. And it's like, on some level, you know you're ahead, but you have to survive and realize all that score in order to win. So I think that's a really tough spot to be in, actually. Probably with Adam, depending on what you're trying. If you're trying to let someone down easy, right? It's probably with, if that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to be gentle with it, and that's what you're trying to achieve, that's probably it. I would never say, I can't even think of being gentle on it unless I were like operating surgically on it. You know what I mean? You could, yeah, you can say gentle with, but probably what you just said is, you know, probably a better rephrasing, honestly. Happy to oblige, Verbus. If you need any more editing, let us know. You're writing a poem? All right. Good to hear it. This is low-key becoming one of my favorite songs in the whole playlist. We don't get to it very often, though. AE367C. Okay. Both players are ready. Let's go ahead, get them started. Game number 4, Portal and Danv. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We'll still have 2 more matches in the broadcast. We have this match, of course, but once it's concluded, the winner of this will play against Blue Scooty to determine a top 8 winner, or whatever you want to call it, top 8 finalist or top 8 whoever. And then we will have the top 16 match. That's scheduled to start in 1 hour and 10 minutes. May or may not get there exactly on time, but it'll be pretty close. I like that part where it goes. But then after that, we will have Sidnev and Deck. That's a top 16 between Sidnev and Deck out of the purple and pink top 32. All right, Portal with a couple of skims gets Tetris 117, 114 for Danv. I might have to promote this one into the, you know, up the playlist a bit so we run into it a little bit more. Although it is kind of a treat when I get it. But it's pretty much 4 hours in to the playlist. So you know it's a stream when we get there. 205 for Dan, 210 for Portal. Dan gets one. And Portal gets one. So a few thousand points apart, about 6 lines apart. The one that, the song that is a little bit, I put the Toast song back in there after the Toast song wasn't in there for probably years, because I didn't want to have songs with words in it, right? But it does come at a time in the playlist when a player might have just like lost in a decider. And then all of a sudden a song comes up saying toast, and it seems like a little insensitive, like you're toast. So it's not intentional, if that comes up. It's just happenstance. Has there ever been a playlist rollover in CTM? Oh, maybe. There could be one today. I don't know how much time we have left in this playlist, but it's possible. This playlist overall is 5 hours and 33 minutes. So technically we would get there. And, you know, and we're 4 hours, 16 minutes into it. So probably we will do that today. $393 for Danv, $417 for Portal. Vandy used to frequently restart the playlist before it could reset. Well, the playlist used to be only the first album. It was the Trace Vector soundtrack. But it did get repetitive, you know? Even though we repeat the same thing now, still it doesn't feel as repetitive. Like, all the songs are welcome friends, but it was like, it was replaying the same music every half hour, and it was like, oh my God. So eventually we got permission to use like nearly everything. Except some of the songs do get copyright stricken because of copyright trolls. So we had to eliminate those. $487 for Danv. Oh my God, Shall Be Satisfied just came in with a contribution of $741.75 to get us up to $14,444.44. Barrett says, whoa. I'm saying, whoa. Thank you so much. Shall Be Satisfied. Extremely generous. Really appreciate it. That is really nice, and I'm sure the players appreciate it too. Yeah, we are now up to $14,444. Again, thanks to Shall Be Satisfied. Thank you so much. Whoa. Everybody in chat going, whoa. All right, $584 for Portal. He's getting set up with a long bar in column 9. Another long bar gets him a Tetris. 606 for Portal through 121. Danv 603 through 117. So it's pretty close in lines and score. All right, now someone's just got to come in with 30,000. We'll have all four. It's all set up. It's all teed up, guys. So somebody just come in with 30,000. We'll get all fours. 444 4444. Want more? Call the fours. That is a regional lawyer ad, by the way, that almost none of you will have heard. $708 for Portal on 20, $699 on 19 for Danv. So both players really pacing here in game number 4. Tetris Portal 735, 724 Dan. Dan 7 lines in hand right now. A skimming a Tetris for Dan 753. Tetris Portal. Tetris Dan. So still like 8,000 points apart, a handful of lines apart. Very, very close. All right, there's a triple for Portal. His board was starting to climb a little bit. Danv's board starting to climb a little. I'm trying to wait out that long bar. Gets a triple here. That's going to help. All right, gets the bar when he can't use it, but gets another one when he can use it. Now could really use a bar for that left side, or that right side complicates too much. Gets the bar over. But yeah, the board complicates a little for Danv. We'll see if he can get this down. 829 for him, 941 for Portal, who's just been kind of motoring along ever since that board started to rise. Oh, Danv with the S to the left. Gonna slow him down a little bit. Okay, there's a triple. He could really use a bar, not even gonna wait. Oh no, that left. Gets a bar over. All right. So he's fixing it. 850 for Dan. Max out for Portal, level 25. Dan still in that dig. There's a good triple, flat long bar burn. He's trying to expose maybe that center hole there just to bring this down a few more rows. But it's tough, you know. You're uncovering holes, you're recovering other ones. B49 Portal has gotten out to a real big lead here during this episode from Dan. Portal's board not great though as he approaches 29. 892 for Dan, B60 for Portal. That B is a 1.1 million. All right, Portal is in to 29 at B73. Dan trying to bring this stack down so that it's playable on 29. He's got a little bit more material than he probably would like. So Dan is in, 916. Portal's board. Got to bring it down. Dan bringing his down. And he's setting up for a Tetris, and he gets it, 962. Portal still fighting to bring his board down here on 20. B98 for Portal. 972 for Dan. Portal fighting his board down. And wow, Portal is back down. And so is Dan. Of course, instantly Portal going to complicate that board though. It's C17, so sort of the Tetris delayed. This is going to have Danv give him a chance. He opens up that right side. He's going to take that triple for safety. Dan with the Tetris finally has the max out. Portal's board just not going back down. See what he can do here. Okay, that double's going to help. Another Tetris for Dan B. A82. He's back by about 160,000 points. Tetrises on 34 worth 42,000. Portal's board might be cooked here. We'll see what he can do. And that's going to be a top out. C51 is the target for Dan. If he gets it, he's still in. Tetris for Dan, B61. C52 is the target. He's got 33 lines to work with. Tetris is here worth 43.2. All right, Dan opening up the right side a little bit. Not quite ready to Tetris. It's covered again. Okay, left side built up. That left side. Oh no, Dan gets a bar over B90. He's got 60,000 to go and he can't get there. Oh no, and Danv got a lot of the way there. Portal is gonna survive and hang on and move to the top 16. Epic attempt there for Danv. He did amazing. Just couldn't quite get there. Honestly, he had the momentum. I thought he was gonna do it and force a decider, but not able to get there. Portal, you are good. Congratulations. You are moving on to the top 16. Danv, a pleasure as always. I owe you some PayPal there, buddy. So let me get that to you today. Maybe that'll lighten your mood. All right, Portal feels some kind of way about moving on. Uh-oh. All right, well, we're going to set up our Portal versus Scooty match. We will be right back. I'll try to get that up ASAP. And, you know, we're kind of on time. Let me report this match to the proper Tetris authorities. Report. Portal 3, Danv 1. Twitch channel, monthly Tetris. Thank you, and have a nice day. Wait, hold on. There we go. Submit. What a day of Tetris, huh? I mean, a lot is getting all collated now. All right, I'm gonna set up this stuff right here. Just try to get through it. No ceremony. Just get it done. So Olive. And then blue. Where's blue? There's blue. Then we have to get rid of Andre. What happened to Andre? Nobody knows what that's from. I guarantee nobody knows where that's from. What happened to Andre? That's something that only I would ever remember. Nobody knows. If anybody can tell me what that is, I don't know. I'll gift him a sub. But nobody knows what that is. It's one of my favorite moments on TV. All right, let's get this going. Let's see, what was Scooty number 4? Wait, the prize pool is 14,000. It was not Dinner with Andre. Great movie, but it was not that. Good guess, though. Good guess. A cultured guess. Obviously, person of culture. What was Portal? Portal 13. S-Day, are you serious? You got it. S-Day, Project Runway. You got it. How did you know that? Did you Google it? You got it. It was Project Runway. I think it was like season... It was like somewhere between season 1, 2, or 3. Something like that. What the heck? That was Tim Gunn. When Andre went missing or something. You Googled it? Oh, no. You have a sister? Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to be a sister to watch it. I love that show. Or I did love it back then. I haven't watched it in a million years, but... Santino. Oh, man, my Tim Gunn impression is kind of off right now. Santino. It was Project Runway, yeah. What happened to Andre? Oh, I loved that show. I didn't miss a single one for years. Oh, Danv. Yeah, you did great, Danv. This is a tough month. This is the toughest tournament that there's ever been, honestly. It is really tough. Okay. I think we are just about good. All right, well, S-Day, I guess I have to gift you a sub. Can I do that here? No, I got to do it through the interface. How do I will. I'm gifting you a sub. It's happening. All right, I'm going to put the... let me just check stencil here. Just want to make sure we're on time. But I will do it, I promise, in the next little bit. Let me just get this scene kind of fixed up. All right, that's going to have to do. All right, players, I'm going to go ahead and drop the pieces in the chat. ESDEAE. Oh, you're getting it. It's too late. Too late. Okay, pretty excited for this one. This one's going to be hype. All right, looks like both players are ready. 9876C2. All right, both players are ready. This is a top 16 match. That means the winner will go to the top 8. Blue Scooty versus Portal. Let's get them counted down. Let's get them started. Blue versus Olive in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And what a day of Tetris this has been. This is our penultimate match of the stream. After this one, we will have Sidnev versus Deck, right? Versus Deck. And so in back-to-back matches, a top 8er will be determined. And we're on a series of remixes, so that's a little annoying, so I'm gonna skip through that one. Can't believe you forgot who I was. No, I knew it was. I just knew it was. I didn't forget who you were. I forget who Pink was at that moment. Listen, it's a long day, Deck, okay? All right? Deck, listen. Listen to me. We are underway here in the Blue and Olive Top 16 in Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters, CTM's annual championship. Our prize pool is up to $14,444.44. And thanks to today, Tom J. Silver Sauce, and especially, not especially, but, you know, yeah, Shelby had a very generous contribution. But, you know, people are contributing what they can. And so, you know, what is one person's contribution and generous for them might be, you know, different from another person. So I take it back. Thank you so much to your perfectly appropriately sized contributions from Shall Be Satisfied, Silver Sauce, and Tom J. J in the window. Thank you so very much. 180 for Blue Scooty, 236 for Portal. On the left side, it is Blue Scooty, a 6-time CTM Masters event winner qualifying into seed number 4. Made it here to the top 32. Beat Andre in the previous round. An overall PB of 12.4 million. Was the first one on the game crash list. Had a run of 10 finals in a row come to an end, but had an amazing run from March to February. Made the finals of the Masters, or the Masters event 10 months in a row, but overall 6 wins. So Scooty must have been top 4 in Mega Masters last year, right? Because Portal and Scooty met in the top 8 in Mega Masters last year. So yeah, Scooty. I forgot where Scooty was in Mega Masters last year. $267 Blue Scooty, $360 for Portal. Was it 9 finals? Maybe it was 9 finals, but it was a lot of finals. Scooty also the runner-up, you know, pretty goated DAS player as well. Took second in CTWC's DAS North American Championship last year, the Jonas Cup, and also took on won a couple of regionals in the last couple of years, Kansas City and in Stillwater. At the library, that's really the qualifier that I most regret not having gone to, because I worked in a library in high school for 4 years and also in college for a couple of years. So I love libraries. 383 for Blue Scooty, 439 for Portal. Barrett says 4 straight CTLs. I don't know what a CTL is, but it sounds very interesting. No, I guess. Did he win 4 straight CTLs? That's pretty crazy. Anyway, that is Blue Scooty. On the right side, it is Panic Portal. Or as we say, Portal with 3 L's. Oh man, the wind outside is just crazy whipping around. Portal, seed number 13, defeated Danv to make it here into the top 16. From Kazakhstan as a PB of 5.5 million. That would be good for about 16 or 17 on the overall list. If we're on the leaderboard, was in top 8 of Mega Masters last year, as mentioned. That went out against Scooty. Also took first in a Russia event, 2021. 562 for Portal into 19, but an awkward transition. 526 here for Blue Scooty. Portal going to chuck a long bar down the middle. That'll take 1 burn, but also just fill out that board a little bit. Scooty 551 now. Oh, that Portal was, yeah, first in CT Russia in 23, second last year. Both of those finals versus Neko, who we saw earlier in this stream. So now we are very close in lines and score between these two players. 6 lines apart, just about that same score. Tetris for Scooty, 606. And Portal now digging out. Tetris for Scooty, 665, 668 for Portal now. Portal still 6 to 8 lines ahead. The scores still close. So minor, little, tiny pace lead for Scooty right now. So both players top 8ing last year, and only one of them is going to make it this time. See if I can brighten this up a little bit. Oh, that's not good. All right, that'll help. Contrast will help. All right, not bad. 784 for Blue Scooty, 737 for Portal. Okay, Tetris for Portal, 816. That was in column 2, I believe. And Crazy Survival. Portal now, level 28. 4 lines away from 29. The speed is going to double. That Z to the left. It's going to complicate things a little bit for Portal, and now his board pretty high. He's got some work to do. Can he get over to that left? The answer is nothing. That's going to be a top out for Portal at 869, and Blue Scooty is good in game number 1. Yeah, Portal loves to live high like that. Let's try to contrast this a little bit. Okay. I think that'll help a little. It was just hard to see Portal's board, but maybe it's a little too bright, but I'd rather too bright than not bright enough. All right, let's go ahead and give these players some pieces for game number 2. Although maybe even that's a little too bright. I don't know. It's tough when you have to split this signal off, you know? I could do that. What about I just... Whoa. All right, don't do that. Oh, wait. Oh, that was supposed to be a seed, not a countdown. C439. C439B9. Sorry. I thought that was supposed to be a... Maybe that will help. Yeah, I think that's good. That helps. He did look kind of angelic. Where is Portal where it is so bright? Yeah, it was very, he looked very angelic for a moment there. Okay, let's check seeds, make sure we are good. I'm maybe losing it a little bit here, guys. All right, C439B9. Perfect. Both players ready. Game number 2, Scooty and Portal. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. It is 5:19 here in Texas. We've been going since 12:45. I also had my CT match, my Tier 6 match against Calimocho. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm smurfing now to try to get a CT roll. I did win that. I am not smurfing. I really did just qualify that bad. All right, players getting their initial couple of Tetrises here in game number 2. Have we broken me? Never. Bend but don't break, right? I've got to, you know, it's been 7 years. You think I'd be able to win my own tournament? Scooty made a tournament and won it like that same year. So what am I doing wrong? 115 for Blue Scooty, 96,000 for Portal. There's a Tetris Portal, 118, 115 for Scooty, and another Tetris. So 26,000, both players. Scooty up by about a Tetris. Stillwater was totally rigged, says Hazel. Oh, no. Ben Squirrely confirms. Oh, my God. We've got a scandal here. Guys, take it to Rabbit Hole. All right, Scooty, maybe going for a dirty Tetris. This vintage Scooty. He loves them dirty Tetrises. 185 for Scooty, 166 for Portal. All right, Scooty had by about 40,000, maybe a little more now, like 60,000. No, Scooty had no great place for that Z piece, so he just kind of chucked it over there, made a couple of gaps, or one gap, I guess. Now he's going to go take care of that. Well, first, he's going to get that Tetris, and then he's going to take care of it. No problem. Very easy. But Scooty with it, like that reverse staircase over on the left side of the board. So now he's got to get to work fixing all that. Portal 231. Longbar gets down. Tetris Portal And another one, 278. The lines are about tied. Scooty up by about 54,000. All right, Scooty kind of in need of a J piece. Gets the J. Top player privilege with that J. If you're not a good player, you know, if you're not a top player, you don't get that J ever. 381 for Blue Scooty. Long bar down. Tetris 403. 370 for Portal. We're just about to cross that 100 line mark that Kingsman loves so well. Oh, now we're getting to the music that I usually use like before, like during the pre-roll. I usually scroll all the way down the playlist so nothing repeats. So we are getting there now to the last album on the Flex Style playlist. 462 for Portal, another Tetris 485, and Scooty gets one 527. All right, let's see what Scooty's plan is here. Yeah, he's just gonna... Well, what is he gonna do? Exposes that little thing there. Okay, long bar goes in. Tetris comes out. 577 for Scooty. 579 for Portal into 19. Scooty will transition here maybe with an awkward board. We'll see what he's gonna do. All right, a little awkward, but opens up the right. And he's got burns as well, so he didn't necessarily need a long bar. You can just take these burns bit by bit. And now a long bar. Two of them would be very useful for Scooty right now. And there's a skim, a double, a Tetris, and there we are. 614 for Blue Scooty. 657 Portal Tetris. It's always weird when you got like two words in your name, because there are some people on the internet, you know, they want to like refer to you by shorthand. Oh, a couple little misdrops down the bottom there for Portal, but still pretty low. So I remember very early in the Blue Scooty days, everybody now will call him Scooty or Blue Scooty, you know, the whole name. But I remember one person in chat was calling him Blue. Like, good game, Blue. So it's like if you have a two-part name, there are people who will call you by the wrong part. And I don't know how socially we decide which part is the right part, but Blue is definitely not it. That's a cartoon dog. 801 for Portal, 777 for Blue Scooty. Like if someone started just calling me Dweller. Yeah, good luck, Panic. It's like, yeah, you think you probably should go for the substantive, right? The noun, but Kip Duran with the €2 super chat says, "You're my boy, Blue." I think that's a reference to something that I don't understand. I think that's what, Blue's Clues? Is that the dog? Is that what he says to the Blue's Clues? All right, 963 for Blue Scooty, 996 for Portal. And now that they are closer in lines, they have basically the same score and same lines. You'll always be Vandrew to me. Oh, thanks, Spoopy. Thanks, Skeletal. T-Spin Scooty in the middle of the board. From Old School? Yeah, I don't know. Have I seen Old School? I don't think I saw that. It's not Blue's Clues? I don't know. I haven't seen either one. Old School. What are you people watching? Is it on Canopy? Then I'm not watching it. I'll watch it when it gets on the Criterion channel. B77 entry into 29 for Portal. He gets another Tetris immediately. And he's got a 1.2. 1.1 for Scooty. So right now, Portal 100,000 point lead. Not the best board, but it's doable. Centerwell Tetris. Okay, not too bad. Scooty gets set up. Long bar over Tetris Scooty CO5. He's within 65,000. Yeah, Pines Cutely has a verb and an adverb. So where do you go there? All right, 619 for Scooty. He's bringing it down. Needs a bar for that right side and gets it C59. Portal motoring along D63. Uncovers the right side. Got some burns here to take. This is complicated. Portal uncovers the right side, has to recover it immediately, getting pieces all the way to left. It's crazy. Portal with that Tetris, crazy. E21 for him, D33 for Blue Scooty. All right, Scooty takes a burn. Tetris for Scooty, D87. Portal's board climbing. That's a top out. The target for Scooty is E71. E71 target. There's a Tetris for Blue Scooty. Tetrises on 35. Worth 43,000, so he's one away. We'll get to your chat in a minute there, Kipteron. Scooty 13, 10,000 away. And just single and double this out. 17 lines is plenty. Because singles here worth 1,500 points, so one more will do it. And there it is for Scooty. Scooty gonna take game number 2 in a chase down. Portal really putting up pace though with the 1.4. And really putting Scooty through his paces. But you'd expect nothing less in the top 16. So GG's to both players, but Scooty will survive and take this one. Kip, I will get your super chat right now. Oh my god. Can't find it. Where'd it go? Is Van Dweller a reference to Van Down by the River? Well, I just put it in the what does your screen name mean channel, Mila, so you will, in which you have posted. So you just have to go back and check that channel and you will see the origin of it. But the answer is no, it is not. All right, players, you can continue to do your worms, whatever you need to do. I'm going to pop seeds in the channel. What? Pop pieces into the channel. So when the players are ready, they are there, but you can continue to warm up or cool down or whatever it is you're actually doing. AE56C5. How can I get that J piece in your nickname? You can subscribe to the channel. What do you mean? Like next on YouTube, on Twitch? All right, looks like both players are ready. AE56C5. They've got the seeds. They've got the readies. I almost literally stopped recording. I don't know why I hit that button. It's getting late, everybody. All right, both players ready. Game number 3. Blue Scooty and Portal. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Ben Squirrely, are you saying I need to grab an energy bar? I mean, I don't think stuff metabolizes quickly enough to give myself energy in the next like 30 minutes. Does it? I don't know. I mean, I'm ignorant, but I feel like it doesn't feel like it's going to go through me that quickly. So I'm just going to grin and bear it and wait for dinner, which will be around 7 o'clock. Fruit can do that. All right. I'm learning. 83,000 for Blue Scooty, 118 for Portal. Portal needs to win this game to extend this match. It's a tough draw here in the top 16, but are there any easy draws in the top 16? I don't think so. Portal's board getting pretty high. Gets the skim, gets the Tetris. Portal do be like that. Living up high on the board. What's for dinner? I'm not exactly sure, but I'll have to see what I have available and defrosted. But I am in the mood for, as I said, I do have some hero meats. I have tzatziki, some feta. That is what I'm in the mood for. And I just make that as a bowl, not even in a pita or anything. Mr. Spoopy Skeletal with the 500 bits. Thank you for the cheer. Appreciate that. This is donating to the Get Scooty Some Creatine Fund. Oh my goodness. Well, let's see how he does without the creatine. How about that? Why do Americans love fajitas? I think it's mid. Yeah, fajitas is like, all right, you know how like fajitas are like the self-checkout of food. Like they just give you all the ingredients at the table and then they expect you to do all the work. It's like, well, I came to this restaurant to be served, right? Why do I have to do all the work? That's shadow work, right? Isn't that what they call that? Fajitas are shadow work. Kip says, Vandy probably eating king crab and lobster with all this CTM money. Oh, no. I wish. I wish I were. 284 for Blue Scooty, 357 for Portal. Vandy, are you a go to the cashier to check out type of person? Yeah, more often than not. I like to interact, you know? I'm not Mr. Social Butterfly necessarily, but I do like, you know, interacting with service people. Maybe because it's safer and they can't be mean to you. I don't know. That's some weird psychology there, but I'm not weird with them, but you know, it's just kind of having been in the, you know, retail checkout business myself at some point. I sort of sympathize and empathize, so it's fun to interact. Like I heard some news story, maybe I watched it or whatever. 400 for Blue Scooty, 435 for Portal. He's going to get a dirty Tetris 458 and another non-dirty Tetris 481. But I read some, I saw some news story, I forget where, that said like some store somewhere is implementing a slow checkout line for like seniors who want to like have a chat with the cashier. And I'm like, I'm all about that line. I will be in that line. So if that makes me a senior citizen, then, you know, so be it. $528 for Portal, $494 for Blue Scooty. I mean, if there's a long line, you don't sit there, you know, yucking it up with them, right? But, you know, if there's not a lot going on, then yeah, you can interact. Tricky Pete says, is it true that Harry rejected to bet against you because you are self-employed or unemployed in his framing? Yes. Portal going to transition into 19, up a little bit high, but that board comes like right down. 589 now for Portal. Skimming at Tetris for Scooty after getting into 19. He's at 569. And a Tetris for Scooty, 596. Scooty back by about 2 lines and about 20,000 points. Tetris Scooty, 648. 667 Portal. Yeah, the only thing I've had today is coffee. So, like all this coffee on an empty stomach, that's great. You should really eat something? I mean, I'll be all right. I'm fine. 730 for Scooty, 728 for Portal. Oh, super chats? Kip Duran says, Vandy tells the checkout girls he runs CTM. No, I don't generally... I don't rizz up supermarket checkout girls. I don't know. That's a little... You know, it's like a captive audience here. They can't... You know, it's not really the right thing to do. Also, you know, I'm 47, so it's also not the best. Sorry, Kip. 829 for Blue Scooty, 908 for Portal. So who do I riz up by name dropping CTM? That's a good question. One thing I do when I'm out, if I'm at a store that has computers that are connected to the internet, like, oh no, Blue Scooty with the long bar hang there. This is going to be tough. Gotta bring this down. Oh my goodness, he's getting pieces over left and right. What the heck? And Scooty went to survival and the Tetris. 919 for Scooty. Crazy survival for him. Portal now in a position where he's got to survive. He's up near the top of the board, close to 29. This could be tough. So we'll see what he's going to do to try to get out of this. He's waiting for a bar. He gets a bar down there. That takes it down 2 rows. And now Portal chucking pieces to the left, to the right. Trying to bring this down. A72 for Portal. Scooty is in at 946. Portal bringing this down. And there is a double for Portal. Oh no, that left side for Portal. He's got to bring this down. He opens up the right. He needs a bar. The bar gets over. Can he get anything left? What can he get going? This is so hard. I mean, Portal just crazy, just flinging these pieces around. How are they getting over? Oh no, that left side. Still alive though, still bringing it down. How is he doing even what he's doing? This is crazy. The long bar can't get over to the left. It's going to be a top out for Portal at B40. B41 is the target for Blue Scooty. See if he can chase it down. If he can, he will punch his ticket to the top 8. All Portal can do is sit and watch and wait. I mean, that survival for Portal, even though ultimately it did not work, maybe it was enough to survive this. We'll see. And he's adding points the entire time. A56 for Blue Scooty. He's on level 34. He's got 45 lines to go. And I was going to say, one thing I do when I'm at a store that has computers for sale that are connected to the internet, I'll just like open 4 or 5 of them, like the browser up to like CTM on YouTube. I just leave them running. And they probably reset after like 5 minutes anyway, but whatever. B21 for Blue Scooty. B40 for Portal. That is what he's trying to chase down. A B41 would seal it. Seven, eight, well, basically 4,000 to go. Tetris is, I mean, Lions here worth 1,500 points. So there it is. Blue Scooty is going to chase this down. A great effort from Portal. I don't know how Portal was doing what he was doing up near the top of that board. Ultimately, he didn't survive, but I mean, that was really, like, I don't know how he survived as long as he did. And really, all that survival could have been the difference between winning that game and not, because he was putting up points the entire time with an opponent that was, you know, kind of chasing him from behind. So there you go. Blue Scooty is the winner. And there he is, another top 8 finisher. Blue Scooty will be moving on. Yeah, bro was doing 29.5, maybe 29.6. Who knows? That was crazy. But GG's Blue Scooty. You will be moving on to the top 8. You did amazing. Portal did amazing. Everybody should give a virtual round of applause to Portal as well. That was pretty bonkers. And all right, we're getting CTM Cribs here, I guess. CTM Cribs is here. What are we seeing? I don't know. He's just hanging out. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, oh, I'm in the top 8. What do I do? I don't know. Or just keep looking at him, and he's like, what am I supposed to do? Perform? I don't know. Stop looking at me. Anyway, congratulations, Blue Scooty. You did amazing. I'm about to report the results of this whole thing to Centralized Tetris Reporting Bureau. And it was a, what, 3? Was it 3-0? Let's give you your 3 so it looks official. All right, dummy it up. Makes it look legit. 3. Why isn't the 3 working? There's 3. Monthly Tetris. Thank you and have a nice day. All right, let's take a look at this whole deal. The bracket, top 32. Now, before you go, Vandy, you made a mistake. Yeah, I know. Miles is supposed to be where Hydran is, okay? Yeah, there's the mistake. Okay, mistakes acknowledged. Okay? But here is the situation, okay? Let me look over here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that it? Shouldn't there be? We have 5 of our top 8 players there, and it's Dog, it's Blue Scooty, it's Neko, it's Huff, it's Dangler. So 5 of our top 8s have been determined. We're about to do another one in about 14 minutes. We will start that. We're just going to stay on this stream, guys. I'm not going to switch streams and do that. It's all there. It's fine. I'll rename the YouTube VOD and Twitch VOD. The Twitch VOD doesn't even matter. It's going to get deleted anyway. Thanks, Twitch. But anyway, that's where we are at. Dog is in. Scooty's in. Neko's in. Huff is in. Dangler is in. Still to be played coming up in about 14 minutes. Deck versus Sidnev. That's who's going to take on Dangler in the top 8. Monday night, we've got the solo match, SV versus Sunny. The winner of that will take on Akatu at some point. And that's going to be a totally different schedule based on who actually wins that. Because one is in the UK. And Sunny, actually, Sunny in the... Sunny's... Where is Sunny physically located? I don't know. He's all over the place. But anyway, and then, so that's going to be Monday, that solo match. Yeah, don't do anything, Kingsman. I'll go in and fix it. Unless you fixed these in the past. But don't delete the match result, actually. I'll take care of it, Kingsman. I appreciate you're doing that, but I'll do it. That way, if something goes wrong, it's my fault. And then, anyway, what was I trying to find? The schedule. So, that is going to be... Oh, I have the freaking schedule slide right here, bruh. Okay. This is what's coming up. We've already done... Here, we'll take you to the live sheet, okay? Live sheet where I can do live. Oh, whoops. Nope. Undo that. Okay. This is what is scheduled. So coming up, Sidnev versus Deck, yes. Lavender, top 32 match only, SV Sunny. Monday, 5 p.m. Central. Oh my God, do I really get a day off? That's crazy. 22 UTC, right? 12 to 17 is 22, okay. Then Tuesday night, 7 p.m., like that's prime time US, not exactly prime time. Europe, sorry about that. But we have Sky versus Aqua top 32, 2 Canadians, 2 Americans. That is that. So that is what is coming up. All right, folks, I am going to just keep the stream running. I am going to take a break, though. We're going to start this on time. If you had to spend 24 hours with one person, who would you choose and why? Harry Hong, Kingsman, or Danv? I mean, Kingsman owns a house. I don't know if Danv owns a house. Kingsman owns a house, right? Plus, Kingsman is like, if I was going to Kingsman's house, plus he's on Long Island, I'd be able to be in New York. But then again, Danv London, I have not had London a chance. Personality-wise, Kingsman and Danv are very close in the running. I have spent significant time with Kingsman. Probably Dan, I think. Although, I don't know. I think it would be probably a nightmare for Dan, obviously. But, you know, in this scenario, it's not up to him. So I'd go Danv this time. Spread it around. All right, I am going to keep this stream running. We're going to start in 10 minutes. And just hang out right here. And I will be back. I need the break. Okay, my peoples, I've come back. I'm rested now. I'm fully refreshed before we get our match underway, and our players are here and they are warming up. But before we do that, just a reminder that I have a couple of things. One, that the prize pool is 100% funded by you, the fans of Tetris and Nest Tetris and CTM or whoever, or these players. So if you want to contribute to the prize pool, you can do so. We've had some really great contributions overall in this, and I'm going to take a moment just to call out some of those people. Scott Gray, Jay in the Window, Shall Be Satisfied, Troy Dan, Tecate, Pseudo Canard, Agathis, Scamando, David Brook, Summer B, Abby Normal, Mila Tempest, Jay in the Window. Did I already say that? I already said that. Hilbert Space, McMonkey, Kip, Rogue Potato, Silver Sauce, Gambit, Tom J, Arbaro, Mr. Cagatorio, 20 Dan 03, Maitre Huitien. Did I already say Mr. Burrow? Maybe. Serial number, Wallbant, K. Schnur, Zelazawi, Whoops. Not Zempro, though. And thank you for all your contributions. It is very generous. And if you want to contribute to the prize pool, and that is how the prize pool grows, we have currently reached our top 16 incentive. We will be paying the top 16 players in the tournament. We would love to pay the top 32. We can only do that if we beat our 2023 Mega Masters amount. We are pretty well on our way to doing that, thanks to the generosity of all you folks. If we do get to it, yeah, we will pay the top 32. So let's see what we can do to get ourselves closer to that goal. And again, really appreciate all you guys have done. And if you want to contribute, you can use the Matcherino command on Twitch or YouTube. That will bring up some links. The first one is the one for this tournament, and that will take you to our partner, Matcherino, who does all the prize pool stuff. You can log in with your existing Twitch or YouTube account. Just top right-hand corner, a little tiny button. Click on that, and you can log in. Once you're logged in, a little mustard button near the top right that says contribute, and you can click on that to contribute. If you want to support the channel, one great way to do that is on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/monthlytetris. And Pixel Andy with the raid party of 45, thank you. So thanks to our patrons, everybody listed here, especially to our left side folks, Scott Gray, Jay in the Window, K9 Tacknerist, Corporal 3D1, Shall Be, Troy Dan, Kim M, Rogue Potato, Cat Kid, Eminent Monkey, and yes, of course, to the folks on the right side as well. If you want to support us, consider going to patreon.com/monthlytetris. You also got ways to support us, which you can find in the support command, all kinds of different ways. Whatever platform you feel good about, you can pick from that. And also, you know, of course, the built-in stuff on YouTube, on Twitch, like bits and subs, and Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime gaming subs, and YouTube has got super chats and stickers and all hoo-ha, ding-dong, hee-ha, McGillicuddies, whatever. We love it, and we thank you so much to those of you who have done that so far, all of whom are on here, this stream anyway, so thank you. So a quick flash of the rules. And yeah, players, do make sure that you have turned off all modifications, mechanics, appearance, and statistics. Make sure you're not using a turbo controller, players. No real-time advice, of course. Do not pause unless the commentator tells you to. Make sure you got your 39 super kill screen turned on. Same piece sets re-rolled in between each game of the match. And yeah, it's going to be best of 5. Okay, we are here. Pixel Andy, again, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. So players, I am going to drop some pieces in the chat. Presumably you've had ample notice that this stream is happening, and you started streaming pretty early, so I think that you are probably just about ready, but you can take additional time. This is our last match of the day. So if you need to take time, and we are pretty much on time, and you know, thanks to players who swept other players, topped out early. That was amazing. Thank you for that. No, of course not. All right, the pieces are here, players, but again, you can take time if you need it. We never get this far in the playlist. This is the third from the last song on the playlist. So to anticipate any questions, the wiggly squiggle vision on Sidnev's board, that is not the capture. That is the NES, so nothing can be done about it, and you don't need to harp on it. Okay? It's fine. Okay, so what is this? Purple. Let me get my sheet all situated. Purple and pink, and only the players who are still in remain. Okay. I figured it out. Oh, I gotta add another column to my fact sheet. There's too many facts. You wouldn't think there's so many facts about people, but there are facts. Okay, well, it looks like both of our players are ready. It is gonna be Sidnev from the purple bracket and Deck from the pink bracket. This is a top 16 match. So the winner of this will move on to the top 8. Let's go ahead and get them started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. This is Classic Tetris Monthly Mega Masters, Classic Tetris Monthly's annual championship. The largest online tournament, both in players and prize pool and talent density, and fun. No, probably not. But anyway, on your screen right now are two amazing players. On the left side, it is Sidnev, seed number 11. She qualified in with a 1.44 million. That was the average of her best 3 scores in a 90-minute qualifying period. Sidnev is from the Netherlands and has an overall PB of 7.22 million. That's good for 7th on the overall PB leaderboard and is ranked number 10 in the most recent Premier poll. Sidnev is a former CTM Masters event winner. That was back in August of 2024, and very recently just got a perfect max out. So all Tetrises and then a single on level 22 to get that 1 million minus 1 points. That was last month. That is on YouTube. That is amazing to watch. I recommend it. Sidnev has been in the finals of the Masters event an additional 6 times. Also in the semifinals an additional 11 times. Was second, the runner-up in CTWC 2023, third in CTWC's DAS Championship in 2022. 163 for Sidnev, 116 for Deck. Sidnev is also top 8 in CTWC 2022. Won the Austria Regional last year and is a back-to-back CTEC champion 2021 and 2022. There's a lot of 2020s. And that is the Classic Tetris European Championship. That is a PAL Tetris as opposed to an NTSC Tetris tournament. So a lot of accolades and accomplishments for Sidnev. Oh, did I mention also has the overall level 39 line cap score world record. That was 2.1 million. That wasn't not in comp, but that gives you a sense of what you might be in for. On the right side, it is Deck, seed number 27, with a qualifier of 1.28 million. 175 for Deck, 303 for Sidnev. Deck has maybe my favorite competition alt So an alt is an alternate account that players stream on so that they can not run ads on the restreamers thing. And that is level 39 super kill screen. That is Deck's competition alt, which I think is hilarious. Deck has an overall PB of 2.01 million. It's good for about 44th on the list. The former Future Circuit winner, Hopeful Circuit winner as well. Also played in Mega Masters last year and played in the gold bracket of CTWC in 2024. Deck got a 1-round bye, so got to start in round 2 and defeated Peak and Allenbot. And that Allenbot was a big seed upset anyway. Deck coming in at C27, Allenbot top 6. 403 for Sidnev, 278 for Deck. So about 108,000 point lead for Sidnev. Deck gets a Tetris. Both players rollers, as I think pretty much everybody now in the top 16 are rollers. We had some pretty amazing runs by tappers and dash players in this tournament, but in the end, it is rolling that is going to be the winning playstyle for whoever our winner ends up being in this tournament. 459 for Sidnev, 337 for Deck. Ayana says, "Hey Vandy, did you drink any water today?" Oh, I've got this bottle of water right here. I've had about I don't know, a half a gallon of coffee, but only 20 ounces of water. But I needed it. I mean, I'm going to be going on, 6, maybe 7 hours streaming today, and I needed the coffee. 514 for Sidnev, 386 for Deck. Ayana has a question for me. Okay, I can't wait. Just a few lines away from that 19 speed increase. Speed is about to increase by 50%, which is a little bit more difficult to play, although players have now mastered 19 in the way that they have mastered 18. Of course, doesn't mean it's easy, but okay, Deck is the first one in at 436. Longbar gets down. Tetris for Deck. Tetris for Sidnev, 585. So about 100,000 point lead for Sidnev. Ayana wants to know what CTEC means. It means Classic Tetris European Championship. 513 for Deck, 637 for Sidnev. So go ahead and look it up on YouTube. You can find some pretty crazy moments. Maybe their signature moment happened in the late 10s or something like that. Like maybe was it 20? When was Yanni's Super Saiyan moment? Was that like 2015 or 16? When was that? It was crazy. 573 for Deck, 694 for Sidnev. 2015, says Hana. Yeah, look for that. That was like their iconic moment when it was really hard to play on 19 because everybody was a DAS player then. 750 for Sidnev, 633 for Deck. Invictus Rage says Yanni's my favorite player. Is that right? Yanni's your favorite? Oh no, Sidnev. Okay, phew. All right, Sidnev is your favorite player. I didn't think Yanni would be your favorite player. You haven't been around that long. 809 for Sidnev, 723 for Deck. Okay, so Deck with a covered well uncovers. Okay, Sidnev's board getting a little slightly high-centered here, but okay, she's got to find some skims here to uncover. Oh, gets a bar all the way to the left. Starting to uncover here. 878 for Sidnev, 738 for Deck. All right, Sidnev uncovers the well. Would love a well-timed bar. Gets a triple to knock this down. That's going to take some pressure off. And this should be survivable now. For Sidnev, long bar gets down. Tetris, Sidnev, 926, 751 for deck. Sidnev with still a little bit of cleanup to do now. Yanni's got to be the most expressive player ever unless you count Alex. I would throw green tea into the mix as well. A12 and sodium. A12 for Sidnev, 890 for deck. And deck is into 29, gets a Tetris immediately after 931. Sidnev is in at A83. It's about 150,000 point lead. Sidnev's got the max and more. Deck's board starting to climb. Longbar gets over. But what can she do to try to survive this? The answer is nothing. That is going to be a top out on level 30 for deck, and Sidnev is good in game number 1. How are you, Vandy? Back from the barber. You went to the barber? What kind of cut did you get? What is the haircut that people are getting nowadays? It's like the Gen Alpha haircut that everyone's got. Some kind of wedge something. Something fade something. Broccoli cut? Yeah, that's what it is. The broccoli cut. The broccoli perm. The ice cream cut. The Mo Howard bowl cut. It is not a bowl cut. All right, Sidnev with the mullen here. Aggro mullen. Trying to get the back 3 back 1 point whatever is. The low taper fade. I think that is the word. That's what I was trying to come up with. I don't really have any, teens in my life, in real life. So like everything I know about teenagers, I know from Tetris. All right, there's a 1.4 into 38. And Sidnev going to take game 1. New pieces when you're ready, players. You can take a moment. That's fine. It's fine, Hepta. We got time. Oh, you said not very nice. NT. That O changes the entire meaning of the sentence. that changes the... Well, that O is like the whole thing. I was like, you're not very nice, okay? 1D77 E6, 1D77 E6. I just wanted to get out of the dig to intentionally top out. By the time I got out, I was on 36, and yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, for sure. But no, it was like, that's what I thought too. But no, Hepta, you are in the clear. Everybody's good. All right. 1D77 E6. 1D77 E6. Okay. Oh my God, we've looped the playlist, guys. Greetings, citizens of Tetris. It's your old pal Van. Oh my God, wow. Holy mackerel. All right. 1D776. All right, both players are ready. Game number 2. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Yeah, it makes me want to go right into my intro. Like, greetings, citizens of Tetris. It is your old pal Van Dweller back with more Mega Masters. And what we've got for you today is what we had for you the last 6 hours we've been streaming. Just more Tetris than I can handle. Actually, that's not true. I can handle this amount of Tetris. Honestly, I really could just go for most days. I could just go all day. I'm literally in my happy place right now. This is what I like to do. I like to do it. All right, we are underway in game number 2. Sidnev up 1-0. 91,000 for Sidnev, 93,000 for Deck. So we can do double Elim? Hana, oh, how dare you. You're using my words against me. Oh, man. I guess I'm just like aesthetically opposed to double Elim. And honestly, mostly, it's fine. We've done it. It's fine. But the problem is the scheduling of the players is so painful. And it's not because anything the players are doing wrong. It's just people are people and they have lives, and Tetris is not like the number one thing in most people's lives. 183 for Sidnev, 163 Deck. And so, you know, Tetris will often have to take a backseat to the rest of people's schedules. So just the scheduling can be very, it can be a grind, you know? 209 for Deck, 228 for Sidnev. Darth Bunny says, I was just about to comment that Vandy is starting to lose it, but sounds like he's pretty nicely in denial about his situation. Yeah, that's probably it. Tetris down for Sidnev, 251 through 45, 231 through the same number of lines for Deck. So 20,000 point lead early on for Sidnev in game 2. Arbaro, what did you miss? Oh my God. How are we still live, chat? Scorner, thank you for the follow. We're up to 10,030 followers. All right, here's a question. Vandy, you as commentator, how do you deal with keeping up with level 29 plus insanity for hours on end? Sounds and looks very tiring. To me, it's very energizing. I am excited about it. I just love the fact that, you know, we're manufacturing these moments. And it's fun. $413 for Sidnev, $376 for Deck. I was a little scared that camera's shifting around on Sidnev's side, but it's all right. Seems to have stabilized. You know, probably the force of the seismic force of the rolling, you know, knocking cameras down. $482 Sidnev, $470 for Deck. Pretty close in lines. $551 for Sidnev through 101. Huge pace right now. And honestly, Deck's pace kind of huge right now too. And sometimes that can lull you into a false sense of, oh yes, I'm going to keep getting bars and pace is going to continue to be big. So it's kind of important to be able to shift gears when that is like not, you know, when the situation changes. Peroxide said, I wonder if there's enough clips of you saying stuff to make a soundboard for comp Tetris. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, you could just train an AI and I can just retire or something. I don't know. 570 for Deck, 666 for Sidnev. Tetris Sidnev, and one more Tetris would give her a 700K transition, a 712 transition. 639 transition for Deck, and Deck's gonna be like, I just got a 639 transition. What do I have to do? You know? Tetris for Deck, 664. But of course, if one player gets a high transition, usually that's indicating, you know, what's possible with that seed. So it's probably a very amenable seed. Primer, if you're in chat and you want to make a Vandy commentary AI for for Nestris.org, it's a configurable option, obviously not required, but we can talk about it. I kind of am interested in a project like that, honestly. 827 for Sidnev, 730 for Deck. I'm open to that. I think that would be fun. 732 Deck. There's a Tetris, one row off the bottom. Deck setting up the delayed Vits. What a rascal. But not going to come to fruition, so it's just going to have to build a regular, normal Tetris, and there it is. 792 for Deck. But 915 for Sidnev on 23. There's a Tetris Sidnev, 946. Imagine that. Like if like Nestris.org had a Vandy commentator bot, I could just live on and annoy players for posterity forever. Deck in trouble, and Deck is going to top out at 831. Oh my word. So Sidnev is going to take game number 2. If you want to play it out to 29 and your opponent is okay with it, I'm okay with that. Oh no, my F29%. Oh wow, Tetris Sidnev A87. And Sidnev going aggro. Longbar gets over again. B22 on 26. Another one. He's set up for another one and another one and another one. There's another. There's a Tetris Sidnev. Of course, this is the player with the world record for the level 39 super kill screen overall score. And oh no, Sidnev gonna miss that 1.3 transition by just a little bit. That's crazy. All right, so Deck trying to stay warm in that right side. Sidnev gonna mullen this one out. Aggro mullen, see what she can get. All right, well, got the 1.4. And yeah, another decisive win in game 2 for Sidnev. Deck says decent. 1.4 is probably enough. All right, GG Sidnev and Deck. How's YouTube doing? Oh, D is 1.3. Yeah, 1.3. Sorry, yes. I do that a lot. So sometimes I forget, because I always remember is like D is the fourth letter, -1, because A is 0, right? Okay. All right. Looks like both players are ready. 766 FF0. Okay. Sidnev, Deck is up against it. Needs to win this one to stay in this tournament. Sidnev looking to cinch it right now. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Yeah, the thing is, usually, these streams this long, like, I am energized the entire time. If I stop for like 20 minutes, I'm wiped, And as soon as there's no more Tetris to be played, I feel the exhaustion. But that's fine. I like it. You know how, if you're like an athlete and you're doing your thing, there's a pleasurable exhaustion that happens. Well, I guess this is my equivalent of being an athlete, I guess. $68,000 Sidnev, 46,000 now, 52 for Deck. Commentators high. It's real. It's totally real. If you're not getting commentators high, you are doing it wrong. Okay, I'm gonna put that out there in the universe. Jade Hart said, I was out for 4 hours and y'all are still going. That's right. 115 Sidnev, 144 for Deck. Oh, thanks, Kelgen. Appreciate that. All right, Sidnev with that adjustment. Oh, no perfect clear. Oh, well. All right, Mr. Brain. I remember way back, a coworker and I were working on an engineering problem, and we ran out of Greek letters that we knew, so we made up a new one, Fablang. All right, well, that's what's going on over at YouTube, guys. That is what's happening. Oh, you guys are talking about like additional letters, and there is a setting that does allow, scores to be counted, and we might add that at some point. It allows like post, the A, B, C, D, whatever scores. We might add that in. I've been considering it, but slow to change, 306, that's not true. We change a lot. 306 for Deck, 282 for Sidnev. Hana says, when I first joined the community, I called Vandy that baseball commentator guy. What does that mean? Am I the baseball commentator? What about Bidwell? I think Bidwell's more like baseball. I mean, he brings up baseball. He's like, oh yeah, that's like when, Mike Marshall won the Cy Young in 1980 as a reliever. Like, oh, okay, thanks. I give a baseball vibe. I'll take that as a compliment. 377 for Sidnev, 421 for Deck. $444 for Deck, 401 for Sidnev. What's my most prized baseball card? Well, I did end up selling it. I did have a Gem Mint 10 O-Pee-Chee Dwight Evans rookie card. Dwight Evans, my favorite baseball player. I had the O-Pee-Chee, which is the rarer of his 2 rookie cards. And I did have that, but I did end up selling it because I couldn't justify... I had debt, and I couldn't justify having that kind of thing when I had debt. So right now, my baseball card collection is just the Red Sox Topps run from 1951 to present, and I'm about 95% complete on that. So I got, you know, multiple Ted Williams cards and Yastrzemski rookie and stuff like that. Not in great condition. Anyway, nobody cares. 518 for Sidnev, 583 for Deck. I'm more chill than baseball? Oh, well, I don't like that. I aspire to be somewhere between that and football, right? Between baseball and football, I think. Probably the right energy. For me, anyway. You don't want to be on the entire time. That is tiring. If you think listening to me is a chore, I mean, just commentary where it's like 100% totally, you know, 13 lines in, you're screaming about Tetrises, like, oh my God, 13 lines in, someone gets a Tetris, you know? Huge transitions here for both players. 600K transitions again for these players. I mean, they are just pacing really hard. Good seeds plus great players. Really fun to watch. Tetris Deck 653. Sidnev now in the lead. There's a Tetris Sidnev 712. 659 for Deck. I think being a baseball announcer would be a super fun job. So if anybody knows anybody who can just give me a job with no experience, hook me up. 769 for Sidnev, 744 for Deck. Tetris Sidnev 824, 802 for Deck. So its score is still pretty close. Deck ahead in score, I mean, behind in score and ahead in lines, but still very close. Tetris for both, 975 Sidnevs, 900 for Deck on level 25, just a few lines apart. Tetris, Deck, and there's one Sidnev. Max out for Sidnev on 25. Oh, Kalegen. Well, baseball is kind of like, it's sort of the same as Tetris, like level 18. I don't know. It's kind of like get excited when something, oh, look at the double tuck of Sidnev, like that. And you see that double tuck, right? But until then, you just kind of, you know, you're kind of accompanying the game, and then you react when things, and it's not calculated, it's just how I am, I guess. I'm not going, all right, well, what I need to do here is be calm. Nah, it's not like that. B51 for Sidnev, 987 for Deck, but I just try to have like natural reaction, you know, and if people want to listen, that's great, and if they don't, that's okay too. B86 for Sidnev, A57 for Deck, but the most important thing about it is you got to give score checks, and you got to on some level describe, you know, the board state, just for players who want to listen along and use that information. Okay, C27 for Sidnev. There's a Tetris down the right side. C65, B70 for Deck. So about 100,000 point lead for Sidnev. The lines are close. This is the last match of the day, Jade Hart. Yes, indeed it is. Tetris for Deck, C16. Sidnev trying to make it the last game of the day. Deck wants to forestall that, of course. But we are going to find out very quickly. Sidnev's board climbing here. This is going to be complicated. Top out for Sidnev at D15. So a chase down target for Deck at C33. She's got to recover this board, though. She wants a shot. Probably needs to get a bar over to that right side, but that's going to cut it off. Deck is going to top out at C37, and Sidnev is good in game number 3. And Sidnev will be moving on to the top 8. A sweep over Deck, but definitely entertaining match and a great run from Deck, may I say. Welcome into the top 8, Sidnev. You are good. Congratulations to you. All right. Well, I'll try to move that around, but yeah, amazing. From, you know, both players really. Sidnev with that, and then of course, well, I think the stream is over. But Deck really with an amazing run. I mean, starting off, had to play an extra round really against Peak, and then take out Allenbot in a big seed upset. Maybe not a big elo upset, but it definitely was a big seed upset. So anyway, welcome Sidnev to the top 8. Let's go ahead and get this reported, and then we will show you what is going on. And that's all the Tetris for today. That is it. Let's see where that leaves us. I will give you an overview of the whole situation. There it is. Okay, the situation is this, except for the maroon bracket where I reported it wrong. Miles is where Hydrant Dude is. But it doesn't matter because Dog advanced, right? But it's fine. It doesn't affect really anything about the current state of the tournament. So this is the top 32. Let's show you our top 8 first of all. And it's hard to see because it's all silver or gray or whatever. But if you want, I can like totally just make it a different color if it entertains you all. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'll make it a different color. Ready? Hue shift. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Shouldn't that work? Oh, we can make it a little darker. Why hue shift? Oh, because it's black and white. That's why. It's not gonna work. Can I? Anyway. Oh, that actually looks kind of better. I like it. Anyway, that is the situation. Dog is in. Blue Scooty is in. Neko is in. Huff is in. Dangler's in. Sidnev is in. So we've determined 6 of our top 8s. Yeah, I do like this a little better. We've determined 6 of our top 8s. 2 of our top 8 seeds are out. And who was that? That was Alan and Alex. Those 2 are out. And in their sort of in their place. Let's see. Yeah, Sidnev. Yeah, Allenbot really was heading that bracket, but Sidnev is in. And Meme is out. So yeah, that's one of the big, so a couple of the big results here. Meme out. That is a very big result. Alex out. Allenbot out. Cole out. Andy is out. People were wondering, you know, like what would Andy have? And obviously played great, but Neko, that's a tough, you know, Andy then Meme. That's a tough path. So that is the top 32 situation. This is what the top 16 was sort of shaping up to be. And yeah, so what we've got coming up, this is really the rest of it, except for one. So this is done. Goodbye. I'll make this nice and big for y'all. There it is. Look at that. So tomorrow we've got nothing planned. That's beautiful. I don't know. Part of me wants to go and do a Tetris deathmatch, but also part of me wants to like take a rest day and like do stuff. But anyway, Lavender top 32. That's a solo match between SV and Sunny. That's out of this bracket. because Alex T and Akatu already happened, and then these folks couldn't get it together during the early part or whatever. So that is what's happening that day. We still have to do the winner of Lavender against Akatu. Don't know when that's going to be. It's not going to be after that because the schedules don't line up. And then Tuesday, it's going to be Sky versus Aqua. That's going to be, we're going to do them out of order. Aqua, then Sky. So Knight versus Guafi, Fractal versus Eyeball. That's going to be a banger. And that is what we've got. So after those two, the only thing that will be left will be Lavender winner versus Mustard, which is Akatu. That's it. That's all that we'll have left, and then we will be down to a top 8. And it's the 19th. And we'll have this whole thing settled, by April 22nd. And so the way that we're going to do it, I believe, the top 8 will be... What's the easier way to look at this? Yeah, we're going to do... Basically, we've got 3 streams left. After we get that Akatu versus whoever match, there'll be 3 streams left. And it's going to be, 57, 58, and 61. It's going to be 59, 60, and 62. So each of those chunks will be streams of 3 matches each. Each of those broadcasts will determine a finalist. Right? So whoever comes out of the top, whoever comes out of the bottom, those will be in the finals. It'll also determine the 3rd and 4th. And then the last stream, if we can swing it, will be the finals and the 3rd place match. So, yeah, that is where it stands. Does that all make sense? Do you all understand? Does this make sense? Okay. We get it, right? Put a check mark in chat if you understand. All right, let me go to this, and let me we got a lot of people to thank. First of all, I want to thank everybody who supported the channel, and let me just refresh this to make sure everybody's accounted for. Somebody end the prediction. Okay. Thanks for the new followers: Narco, Scorner, Riley, Furzy, Interplastic, Zika, Valhaven, Zoosh, St. Bernard, Orlando, and followers on YouTube: Burks, Chris, Jamie, Jeff Mack, Mr. J. Twitch subs: Pines Cutely, Metabolic Engine, Mila, S-Day, JW. 2 of those are from me. YouTube memberships: Andrew Quee. All those people are too fast to go, but I think those came from, some of them from Lori, Mr. Spoopy, and McMonkey with the bits. Super chats: Lori, Josh, Kip Duran, Raid, Pixel, Andy. Thank you all for your support of this stream. It really means a lot. We also had contributions into the prize pool during this stream, and I want to take a moment to call those out again. Shall Be Satisfied came in with the evener to get us up to 144444. $741.75. Amazing from Shall Be. Silver Sauce and Tom J in the window, I think. Was that during this stream? Not sure. But thank you for your contributions during this stream. I also want to thank our patrons, all the people in sticker and double sticker and community level members. There's one person I still have to add, and you've DM'd me, and I will get you added there. But thank you, whoever you are. You know who you are. And also Mega Master, Scott Gray, J in the window, K9, Tacky, Corporal, Shelby, Troy, Dan, Kim, M, Rogue Potato, Cactus, McMonkey. Phew. And that is it. What else do we need to do or know? Is that it? Any questions? Are any questions, my people? Thanks to all the mods, of course, keeping everything clean, moving along. Mr. Brain holding down the fort. Mari over on YouTube, of course. Mr. Boro, Lori. Appreciate y'all. And of course, the 7,000 mods in the Twitch chat. I'm going to go ahead and end stream on YouTube. Take care, everybody. See you on Monday. Bye. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye. And then Twitch. You pinned at least one seed. All right.